Dolphins, won't you throw it up? Won't you throw it up? You in that east side, gon' throw it up. Gon' throw it up. What about that west side? Gon' throw it up. Gon' throw it up. Over in that yellow line, gon' throw it up. Won't you throw it up? If you down with them fans, let me see you jump. If you want a water, let me see you jump. If you at the hard ride, let me see you jump. Do that water. Shake it. If you down with them fans, let me see you jump. If you want a water, let me see you jump. If you at the hard ride, let me see you jump. Do that water. Shake it. Water with 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 it. That's first down. Yeah. That's touchdown. Yeah. You want more? Yeah. Do that water. Shake it. Do that water. Shake it. Who that? So low, deep. I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter collar. Whole squad been trained to go. Fins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Two a time. Time to grind, time to shine. Two a time. Two a time. Time to grind, time to shine. Two a time. My intuition told me this. To trust the coach, he holds the gift. He knowin' when to go with fits. So we knowin' when to switch. This year we got the golden pick. Time to see what that pick about. Bad vibes get sent out. Only fans up in this house. We been waiting, we been patient. Now it's time to cash out, no discount. Super Bowl, we in route. I don't know when, but it's close. I don't wanna overhype, but I just know I like it. So excited, you gon' notice now. You should notarize it. They say 2 up from that rock. Shout out to Samoa and Islands. Time to lay the smack down. You think he Dwayne Johnson? Time to be the people's champ. Hit him with the people's elbows. Stick together like it's Velcro. You think you can stop us? Hell no, all day I dream about sports. I think I need some chateau custom with some darkest colors, just to let them know we here. Yeah. I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter collar. Whole squad been trained to go. Fins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Two a time. Time to grind, time to shine. Two a time. Two a time. Time to grind, time to shine. Two a time. Really hope he the man. Hope we found us a gem. Like the Heat found Bam. Wanna take time to thank Fitz, cause he put on the show. But the young man up, and the whole city know. Time to catch all the blessings. Cash out on the vest. Ball out, don't choke. Fins want all the smoke. Chris Gregg gave hope. Coach flow like spoke. Damn Marina still a GOAT, but to a man on go. Watch to a man throw. Watch to a man scope. Watch to a man dishes that we never ever seen before. Fins up, let it win. Boy, I'm ready for a ring. Maybe 3, 4, 5, 6. It's damn week, use 10. I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter collar. Whole squad been trained to go. Fins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Two a time. Time to grind, time to shine. Two a time. Time to grind, time to shine. Two a time. So low. Deep.
guys, I'm Danny Johnson, CEO at TPP, The Positive Porpoise.
I'm Jason Miller from Fins Up SoCal Fan Club.
I'm Scott Howell from Atlanta DolFan Club.
Mark Angelo, NorCal DolFan Club.
And you're listening to Clock Blockers, Miami fans' #1 morning show.
Run it, 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 run it.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy, Stephen D, and we are live on this beautiful, wonderful, amazing Wednesday. Hit that like button. What's going on? Super excited to be hanging out with y'all today. Got a great show lined up for y'all. I'll get into all that in a minute. I literally had to run to go turn out a light in the back room before it came back on. So I literally slid into the chair as I was coming on live. Good morning. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? All right. While I get my breath together, because I was running, want to remind y'all, subscribe, hit that like button, share, let people know that we're here. Got a lot of great things on social media, at Stephen D SKPL, at MIA Sports Music on Twitter, at Miami Sports Music on Twitter. I just did a thing for the Clock Blockers episode today. Please go share it on Twitter. Retweet it, share it, quote tweet it, whatever. Just make sure y'all go do that. Come on now. Need y'all's help. I can't grow without y'all. Okay? If you guys want to join, sign up, become a member of the family. In the link, the description below, there's a link. Click it. Join. Sign up. There are plenty of seats for everybody at the table. Okay? And I would love to see everybody sign up and become a member today. Cool and Heat with the $5 donation. Thank you, man. Boss. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for the donation. If you guys want to donate like Cool and Heat just did, okay, as you guys can see with the $5 super sticker, there's a couple different ways you can do that. Number one, the $ down at the bottom of the chat, you guys can use that. Or you guys can also, if you go into the link, you'll see this in the description. Links to PayPal, which is MSM Podcast Network, or Cash App, which is $ MSM Podcast Network. All right. And I will also put those links in there too for y'all there in the chat. So that way you guys can have that too. Let's see. I want to say good morning to everybody in the chat, actually, before I get going into anything else. Let's see who's in here this morning. Let's start all the way up at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4 Eps was the first person this morning to say hello. Hello, man. What is up? Good morning to you. Who else I got up in here this morning? God Soldier, Big Drip, ENT. God Soldier, Alex Donno is an amazing guy. Be on the lookout for him. He is awesome. Let's see here. Big Drip, ENT. Alexander Diaz, Colin L, Sway2387. Andravius is in the building. Chef Jew. Larry. I love you, man. Don't let these haters hate. Don't let them hate. Larry. Guys, go check out a really awesome YouTube channel and Finn's Fans panel that you guys see right there. Go check my man out. Larry's awesome. Manolo. Who else I got up in here? Stetson O. Lance McDonald. You guys are absolutely amazing. Already said Colin L. Sway23. Let's see here. D1 Chosen is in the building. What's up, D1 Chosen? Great one, Devore. How are you? Who else? Alan. What's going on, Alan? Let's see here. Toby Delaire. Trucker Sean is in the building. Trucker, I hope you're feeling better. Joseph F. What's up, Joseph? Frank M is in the building. I like to say hello to everybody. Like, you guys take the time to put into the chat. I want to take the time to say hello in the chat. Okay? Let's see here. That might be it. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 Eps. Well, I already said him. See, look at you. Cool and Heat. I like that. Cool and Heat. I think that's it. I think the A's, Dolphins, Grizzly. What's up? Yesterday, so many emotional men overflow. Hope they grew a pair tonight. It was a crazy episode yesterday. I will admit that. Crazy, crazy episode. A-Rod, what's up, A-Rod? How are you? Breaking news, Shake Money said, the University of Miami name change. They are now the University of Miami Candy Canes with a bunch of candy. Beep! Shake, don't hate. Appreciate, man. Appreciate the you, okay? You sound like a hater, Shake Money. Big Dan 305 is in the building. Adriel Heat, good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. 4 Ps equals payoffs. What up, Steve? What up, 4 Ps? P is in the building. P equals clicks, y'all. He's got some outrageous takes, but he's got some outrageous clicks. My man Pete. Jamie, what's up, Jamie? In the Philly area. Shout out to the Philly area. Excuse me as I'm coughing into the mic. Ice Cold Kane 81. Good morning. I like it. We got a couple truckers and Lance and Trucker Sean. Y'all are the best. I'm going to do a trucker show. That's going to happen. I've said that for like 2 or 3 months now, but it's going to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4 up says, rewatch the episode, and I was counting. I only cursed twice yesterday. Okay. All right, Eps. All right, but you know what you did say? What did he say yesterday? What was the saying? I'm not going to have it. I'm not. No, I forget exactly what he said. My brain is not, my memory is not good. What did he say? This is unacceptable. That's what it is. This is unacceptable. 1, 2, 3, 4 Fs. Diesel 9999 says, everyone act like men today. Act like men. Steve V says, yesterday you asked for support. I asked, where was your support for Fins fans letting M put down? EM put down. Look, Steve, I yelled at EM. EM knows he don't need to be name calling and using all that foolishness. He don't kiss his mother with that mouth. Okay, so look, I yelled at him. I told him to stop using those curse words. Let's see here. This is unacceptable. All right, y'all. Y'all ready for the show today? We got a great show lined up for you today. I am super excited about it. My man Alex Donno will be joining us here in the next, hopefully 8 minutes. Let me just kind of tell you what we're going to go down. Obviously, we're going to go down, the stuff today from just the entire Miami Dolphins standpoint, right? Like, we're going to go over the season. We're going to talk about the coaching carousel that has been over the last 15, 20 years. We're going to talk about, Stephen Ross. We're going to go into the discussion of where do the Dolphins move from here? What are good coaching candidates? What do you want to see in a coaching candidate? We're going to talk about all that. But before we even get into that, when he comes up here, we're just going to briefly touch on the rest of South Florida because there's other teams in South Florida, y'all. I don't know if y'all know this or not. We got the Miami Heat, right? The Miami Heat, who are 25-15. They look pretty good. We got the Florida Panthers, who are 24-7 and 5. So there are other teams in South Florida. And not only are there other teams in South Florida, there's good teams in South Florida. Okay? Yeah, I said it. Andrevius says, you got to give muting powers. I will regulate the show appropriate. More power for Andrevius in 2022. I love it. I'm not mad at you. Let's see here. Andrevius, Esta, and Pete would never be able to talk then. Someone tell Tua to act like to act like a man. Flores yelled at me for missing wide open receivers. See, Shake Money, you always starting something, Shake. Y'all are funny. So, yeah, we're going to get into all that. We're going to get into the state of DolFan Nation. We're going to talk about you all. That's right. We're going to talk about you all right in front of y'all's faces. Yes, how the fan base is split and divided and just, honestly, I was having this conversation off air with a couple of other people yesterday. I know earlier in the year, I said, man, this fan base is pretty divided. I didn't think that it could get more divided. And yesterday, I'm listening to the show, and and after the show's over, I honestly crawled right into bed and took a nap. And y'all exhausted me yesterday. That was exhausting. 4-hour show yesterday. I love y'all, but I could not do that every day. But what I would say is, I think that the frustration of this franchise is just something that to the level we've never seen it before, and rightfully so. Right? You keep on, keep on doing the same thing, expecting different results. Definition of insanity. But I say, I remember 10 years ago, fans saying, I'm not going to watch this team. I'm not going to do this with this team anymore until they finally decide to make a change. Well, now I hear that more and more often. And you're always going to see the people on this channel watch, okay? Because that's what I do. Andre says, I love Pete. He would be able to talk. Esta's going to be on curse rants and never pays the swear jar. So, yes, I'd mute the Spurs fan. Ooh, he called you out. He called you out, Esta. Andrevius called you out, Estefan. Let's see here. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, I want to talk about what do we need to see? What is a blueprint for us to be able to measure success against? And I don't want to hear, the cheaters up north, because I think that's part of the problem. We're all measuring this team off of different measurements. We're all using different measurements. We're all using different grading scales. Nobody's using the same thing. If there's a to a fan and a not to a fan, they're not looking at the thing together with the same view. I'm not saying the same viewpoint, but they're not looking at it from the same point of view of, okay, this is what it takes to be successful. And everybody has their own opinion of what this team needs to move forward in the right direction. Now, I don't know what that means for the future of this franchise, the future of this fan base. I will say that, it for me, it means that there's more and more and more and more YouTube content creators. There's more and more, opportunities for people to say, that's the other thing too. Here's another difference between now and 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Heck, even 5 years ago. In 5 years ago, TD Finns Talk didn't exist. Reason didn't exist. Dougly Do Wrong didn't exist 5 years ago. So as a Dolphins fan, in order to get your content, in order to get your fix off of this franchise and off of this team, you had to listen to the radio in South Florida. And if you didn't live in South Florida, internet radio still wasn't as big as it is today, right? So it wasn't like you were listening to WQAM or anybody else. What you were doing was you were gathering any information you could about the team. And mostly it was beat writers and reading what they had to say on covering the team. That's what you were listening to. So it's a lot easier for a fan base to digest what 1 to 4 people are saying rather than 15, 30 people on a regular basis, and you're getting content nonstop. I do a show every day, every morning. So every morning, I don't know if I'm hurting myself by saying this or not, but I think it's a reality. You're kind of reintroducing, oh man, this franchise in a state of flux. Do you ever get a chance to really digest it and calm down from it and understand and take it back from it? What I will say is what I've seen on social media the last few days is more and more people saying, you know what, I've had a chance to digest this. I think this is a good thing rather than not. So, it's very interesting, from that standpoint. All right. Without further ado, this man is one of the reasons that I got into the business that I got in a positive way. I love him. I think he's one of the best. I really mean when I say this. I think he is one of the best in South Florida. Actually in the business period, but definitely in South Florida to be doing what he's doing. And he deserves way more than what he's getting. And I hope all the great accolades and ribbons and celebrations. It's a celebration. Everything for this man. Okay? He's funny. He's a really good friend. I think he's one of the best in the business. My man, Alex Donno, is in the building. Alex!
Man, I'm flattered. You were way too kind. Can I write down everything you said, show it to my wife? Maybe I get some respect at home. If I can get the same kind of respect at home as I get here, I'm going to be a happy guy.
Bro, I'm just letting you know I'm in the same boat. I don't get the respect at home either. So that we got to give it to each other. I said it, okay? We got to look, I'm trying to keep it rated G. But we got to give it to each other, okay? That's what we got to do.
Fair enough, man. And by the way, all that respect right back at you, because what you're building here and what you're doing on this show is tremendous. And I know it's not just me who appreciates it, because I talk to people all the time, people who watch my stuff, who also watches your stuff, and they love it. They love the content, so keep it coming.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. All right, we got a lot to get into this morning. You're here for a little while with me this morning.
Oh, yes, sir.
So I say we start with non-Dolphin stuff and then work our way into what's going to be the crux of the show this morning anyway, okay? Let's start with Miami Hurricanes football talk.
Oh, and I'm glad, man, because there's some good stuff happening down there in Coral Gables.
So Manny Diaz obviously is let go. They bring in Mario Cristobal from the University of Oregon, who's got a lot of ties here to South Florida. He's building out this amazing coaching staff. He brings in some really good players, also from the transfer portal, as well as signing. What is the current state of the University of Miami football right now?
It's just a lot of optimism, and rightfully so. And it's not even, the story doesn't really start even with Cristobal, because obviously that's huge. You're getting a guy who's one of the best recruiting head coaches in the country. I mean, when he worked for Nick Saban called him the best recruiter in the country while he was at Alabama. Saban put Cristobal in charge of his recruiting. But the thing that made hiring Cristobal even possible, because this is the biggest financial investment the University of Miami has ever made in a football coach and a football coaching staff, because they're letting him bring in the best possible people. It had to start with a complete change and about face in the philosophy of the administration, because they've been operating the athletic department on basically a shoestring budget, for as long as I can remember. And that used to not matter so much, because like in the 80s and 90s, you could operate on a shoestring budget, and, the bigger universities weren't spending the kind of money that they're spending now. And you could keep a lot of the great local players, wouldn't leave South Florida, because Steve, 20, 30, 40 years ago, high school players didn't care as much about the best possible facilities and stuff that they care about now. So Miami
you usually played locally, whoever it was, and now you go watch a USC UCLA game. I said California. You heard that, and we have 15 people from South Florida in those games.
Bingo. South Florida, Texas, East Coast, the South, everything. And so, Miami, they've been left behind for the last 20 years or so. The athletic department and the football program have been left behind by big spenders like the Alabamas and the Clemsons and the Oregons. They've been left behind. And so, they finally have realized, and I think that they started to realize this over the last couple of years, and we're seeing now the fruits of that realization over the last few months, that we have to start spending like the big boys in order to win like the big boys. And they have plenty of money, right? I mean, it used to always be, the University of Miami, they're poor, they don't have the sort of money to spend on this stuff. No, they chose not to spend big on athletics, right? They have, a very profitable hospital system. They've made some really good investments from a business standpoint over the last several years. So they've now chosen to allocate this money. And the whole thing with Cristobal, it's like the perfect storm, right? I'm not saying he's not the best coach in the country, but I think he's one of the better coaches in the country. Certainly one of the better recruiters in the country.
I think he's a top 25 coach. I think he's a top
absolutely,
25 coach.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't put him in like the top 5, but top 25 is fair. And him being probably a top 5 recruiting head coach in the country is so important for this area, for South Florida, given how much.
Look what he was able to do at Oregon. Oregon was able to get some crazy players.
Yeah, there's virtually no, outside of Justin Herbert, like there's virtually no homegrown talent from that state. They always had to go through California and even Florida to find players.
Javon Holland's a product of Mario Cristobal.
That's that. I'm glad you brought that up. That is 100% correct. And so, yeah, it worked out really well because even offering Cristobal, a ton of money, that in a normal situation, that probably wouldn't have been enough. So, yeah, Miami is fortunate that Cristobal is from Miami. He played at Miami. He coached at Miami. And this is, Miami is his dream job. So the stars have aligned. And you're seeing the work that he's doing, not only in recruiting. The most recent hire that they made on the coaching staff is a really good one. Kevin Smith, who's the running backs coach at Ole Miss, former NFL running back. He's going to come down to be the runner, also regarded as a really good recruiter. So I'm really excited, man. And I think within the next 2 or 3 years, I think you're going to start actually seeing Miami compete to be, a college football playoff type of team. I don't think they're going to be necessarily in that.
And do you think that is because of how good Cristobal is as a coach, or as Cristobal is as a recruiter?
Mostly as a recruiter. Yeah, okay. I mean, a combination, but mostly as a recruiter, because again, like what makes Cristobal a great and successful head coach, and anybody who roots for Oregon will tell you this, and I've talked to a lot of Oregon people the last month or so just to kind of get their take on Cristobal. Yeah, they have some frustrations and they have some grievances, about some of the game day stuff, clock management, the way he uses his timeouts. Like he's not really regarded as like the greatest game day coach, but excellent recruiter. He's got certainly a nose for talent.
And in college football, it's not about the sidelines. It's about the offseason and recruiting and getting the best people in. Let's talk about that real quick. So college football, the landscape has changed in the last year and a half because of NIL, name, image, and likeness deals. There have been former NFL football players to go on record to say the only difference between college football and NFL is the NFL, you are tied to a contract, which means you are tied to that team. And in college football now, we are seeing the transfer portal with the most amount of kids in it ever. Over 250 potential transfer people in the portal. And it's growing every day.
Yep.
What is your thing about college football and just the state of it right now with NIL deals and portal transfers? Because I personally think there'll be more damage done in the beginning more than it will help. And we have to figure out a way to put some caps, some rules on this thing. And I'm not sure how that's done.
I'm not sure how that's done either, but I agree with you. And I know that the NCAA was going to try and put more structure behind it. And I know that there was some frustration because they had a lot of people like working on guidelines and then they ended up not really launching it. So it's the wild, wild west right now. I'm a capitalist at heart, so I'm okay with the idea of players being able to get the bag for something like name, image, and likeness.
And I'm not worried about that. I'm okay with that. I think they deserve that. I really do.
They do. Yeah, but teams are going to have to learn how to navigate this. I do think that and honestly, I'm learning a lot about how this is going to go, right? Because my initial thought when they rolled out about a year ago, less than a year ago, it was about a year ago, I guess, when they rolled out the name, image, and likeness and players could start signing endorsements, I just automatically assumed that the only schools that would benefit from this are the schools that are already the wealthiest anyway.
Yep.
But then you see Jackson State.
Well, we could have a whole segment on how I feel about Deion Sanders. I think he's amazing for the game and landscape of college football. Yeah. He's amazing for HBCUs. Exactly. I've been a huge advocate of of what he has done for college football in the last month, last year. Anybody who watches my show knows I love what Deion Sanders is doing at Jackson State.
And so he's making me eat my words a little bit. And maybe it's just the star power of Deion and the fact that he's got, but the thing is, like, you never would have thought an HBCU would be able to pull the #1 recruit in the entire country. And a lot of
number 4 wide receiver this past week. The weekend, they pulled the number 4 wide. They and it ain't over. They can still go out and get some people.
And that's because of NIL. Like, this would not be happening if not for, because it's not just the Deion factor. It's also the fact that these guys are getting big NIL
deals. He signed
deals.
a $100 million deal with Barstool Sports for the players at Jackson State.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable. Okay, so right there, they're making me eat my words, because I never thought, an HBCU would be benefiting from NIL. I just thought it would make the gap wider, right, between the haves and the have-nots. So that's one thing. Another thing that I really like about NIL is, because a lot of times when you're thinking about great college players, people only think about the guys who are going to be in the NFL in a few years making millions of dollars anyway. I use De'Ara King as an example, right? The former Miami quarterback, who, listen, I don't think he'll ever stick in the NFL because he's just too short. I don't think he has the qualifications to be an NFL starting or maybe even a backup quarterback. Yet this guy, he got hurt last year, and then Tyler Van Dyke turned out to be way better. It's fine. But, De'Ara King had a really good season 2 years ago for Miami. I never thought this guy was going to be a true NFL quarterback. Would he have, maybe gotten picked up as a free agent, made some money? Maybe. Sure. But he actually ends up being a guy who probably made more money a year in college with NIL than he would have made as an NFL guy. And you're going to see this around the country. Like, you're going to see players from various universities who may not have NFL careers who are going to make money because of NIL, and they wouldn't make money as pros. And good for them. I think it's great for them. So overall, I love it. And, I think it's probably good for schools like Miami and USC, given that they're in really big cities, like places like Los Angeles and Miami, UCLA. You can put them in that group as well. But that may give them kind of an advantage, because you're going to have, more big, local wealthy businessmen who can invest a little bit in name, image, and likeness. So I'm curious to see where it goes.
All right, one last thing about the Hurricanes, and then we'll move on from the Hurricanes, because they're ready to talk Dolphins football, but we got other stuff to talk about. We're going to get to it, people.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh. Let's talk about the stadium thing. So we all know, you and I are around the same age. I don't remember too much about the Orange Bowl, but I remember what is the culture of the Orange Bowl. What seems to be the University of Miami football used to have this amazing home field advantage back in the day. And when everything moved over to the Orange Bowl, and this is Dolphins included, by the way, everything kind of changed with the atmosphere of the game, right? And so now there's this rumor that the University of Miami, it's not a rumor, there's a lot of legs to this story, that they are going to be building a brand new 50 to 60,000 seat stadium in Coral Gables, if I'm correct. What do you know about this? What are your thoughts about this? Just anything you have on this, I'd be interested to know.
I think it's a lot of smoke. I don't know if there's real fire behind it.
Okay.
I think that there is a spot not far from campus where maybe they could do it, and that's Tropical Park, which is close to campus. It's probably, I don't know, 10 minutes away from the University of Miami, depending on traffic. And but it's close. It's a lot closer to campus than Hard Rock Stadium. There's a lot of land there, and it's not in Coral Gables because, Steven, the problem with inside Coral Gables, I don't know how you do this. And in South Florida, it's really, really hard to change laws. Like, it's really, it's just so many bureaucracies, so many corrupt politicians and commissioners.
It's politics. This is all comes down to politics and money.
And Big Dan 305 is 100% right, because they have a lot of weird ass laws in Coral Gables. Okay, like you're not allowed to
swear jar, Alex. There's no cussing on the morning show, Alex.
I thought I was in my show. I thought I was in my own. Okay, so I'll censor myself next time. Like in Coral Gables proper,
Yep.
which is, it's its own city within a city. They have their own laws and their own politicians. Like, you cannot build sporting venues of a certain size. In fact, the Watsco Center, the on-campus basketball arena where the University of Miami basketball team plays, they had to like cap how many seats they can have. And like there's actually space in the arena to build more seats, but they are not allowed to
because
they
of
have
laws.
to cap, because of
Because
laws. They have to cap it
Unbelievable.
at a certain number. And I think it's because, I don't know what the reason is behind these laws. Maybe they're worried about traffic and stuff like that. But it just, to me, and also, there's not a whole lot of real estate in Coral Gables. And this idea from the businessman who wants to do this is John Ruiz, who does have a lot of money. But it is an affluent neighborhood. But they're talking about like his plan is to like demolish Coral Gables High School and like rebuild it at a different location and put the stadium where
the
Coral
high school-
Gables
yeah.
High School.
Well,
Like it
let me
seems
tell you
wacky to me.
what gave this thing legs for me is that there's millionaires attached to the sport now.
Mhm.
And when you put money behind something, anything's possible. And
That's
you know
true.
that.
That's true. That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. I will say this. I went to one University of Miami game this past year when I was in town for the Dolphins, and the atmosphere wasn't great. And I'm just being honest. Like I love watching the U. I love going to the game. But as a fan, right? But I mean, it's not an atmosphere there. It's definitely not a college atmosphere there. I'm a huge sports fan in general, right? And I want to go to a game at Michigan. I want to go to a game at Notre Dame. I want to go to a game at Ohio State and LSU and all these places. But, Miami would never be on the top of that list as a college football fan ever.
Yeah, it's hard. It is possible to get great crowds at Hard Rock Stadium because I've seen it. I go to pretty much every home game, so I've seen the very bad and I've seen the best of the best. 2017 when Miami started the year on that 10-game winning streak, and they were actually in the college playoff rankings for a couple of weeks. They had back-to-back night games at Hard Rock Stadium against Virginia Tech, tremendous atmosphere, and then against Notre Dame, and they kicked Notre Dame's butt. I was careful on that one. I was about to say something else.
You were, Alex. Look at you censoring yourself. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. And yeah, that night game where they kicked Notre Dame's butt at Hard Rock Stadium it's the greatest atmosphere I've ever seen at that building. And that includes any Dolphins game I've ever been to. And it was up there with what some of the best atmospheres at the Orange Bowl were like for the Canes back in the day. So it is possible to get a great atmosphere there, but the team has got to be really good. People have to be motivated. It's also a really nice stadium. Like Hard Rock Stadium, it's state of the art now. It didn't used to be, but since they renovated, it's state of the art now. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they stay there. Would I like a stadium closer to campus that feels like your own stadium? Yeah. I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I think some of these billionaires, they like to get in the news. Like they want
their name on something.
Yeah, they get their name on something. They like to get retweeted by all the Canes fans, and then people bring them on to podcasts and interview them. I think they love the attention.
It's the social media world we live in. It's like having Alex Donno on your morning show, man. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. All right, enough about University of Miami football. Let's go on to the next subject. Just to let y'all know, this is the Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. I'm your host, Stephen D. Alongside me this morning, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the Met legend, Alex Donno. You can catch him every weekday, most days at 3 p.m. On the 5 Reasons Sports Network.
Yeah, I'm off. Just so people know, I'm off today because I got a couple meetings I have to go to.
Okay.
And you know what? After 2 straight days of all this flow talk,
we're going to get into it here.
I know we're going to get into it.
You're going to get your fix here today, even though it's your off day.
That's the thing, because once I get my fix today, I'm going to need to take the rest of the day off because I'm going to need to recharge the batteries. I'll be back on the Daily Show tomorrow.
I love it, man. I love it. All right, let's get into some basketball talk. Let's talk about the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat, 25-15 in South Florida right now. They're the number 3 seed in the East. They're 3 games out of first place. Only 2 teams in front of them are the Bulls and the Nets. They look good, man. They look good. This is one of the best Heat teams that I have seen maybe in the last 5 years, 7 years, and rightfully so. What are your thoughts about the state of the team right now and just some of the players, and just what are your thoughts about the Heat?
There's some really good and there's some concerning stuff. And the concerning stuff is not really in anybody's control. What I'm concerned about is I just hope that all the injury issues that they've had can be isolated to the first half of the season. Because what they've been doing without Bam, who should be coming back within the next few weeks, without Jimmy, they've had plenty of games without Lowry, games without Tyler Hero. Guys have been, and Victor Oladipo hasn't even debuted yet this year.
Yep.
So you're talking about a ton of injuries. You've had a ton of COVID protocol. So hopefully the guys who've already had COVID they don't get it again within the next few months. But I think it is worth bringing up with the fact that this has been one of the most snake-bitten teams in the NBA. For as well as they played without so many key players, you certainly can't expect them to be winning playoff games and playoff series without key players. So they need to get this injury stuff behind them because they have had terrible, terrible luck.
Terrible, Kenny. It's just so terrible.
So that's the bad. And that's not anybody's fault. I can't blame Eric Spoelstra for that. I can't blame guys for getting hurt. The good has been overwhelmingly good, Steven. I think that this, for what we've seen for almost the first half of the year, as we're about at the halfway point, this has arguably been the best coaching job that Eric Spoelstra has ever done. I mean, it's truly been incredible. He has shown you over the years, this guy can win with great players, and he can also get the most out of a ton of different guys like the Max Struses and the Omer Yurtsevins and the Caleb Martins of the world, Gabe Vincent.
I don't know if this is a hot take or not, Alex, but Spoelstra is a Hall of Famer.
Yes. It's not a hot take. It shouldn't be a hot take.
He's that good. He's that good. He's legit that good.
Yeah, so many players that the Heat have to count on night in and night out to step up and play big-time basketball are guys that are either undrafted, two-way contract guys, former two-way contract guys. They've had 10-day contracts come up and actually play and contribute. This is, so I don't remember exactly how long it's been since Bam Adebayo got hurt. He's been out for a really, really long time. And when he got hurt, my line was at that point, you just have to try to hover around 500 without
just survive. Just survive.
Just tread water, just survive.
Because that's all the NBA regular season is surviving.
Yeah, they're doing more than surviving. I mean,
they're exceeding.
You saw what they did to the Phoenix Suns over the weekend. Astounding. And the Suns didn't have anybody out.
123 to 100, and the Suns had everybody playing. Devin Booker was playing. That's a solid team in Phoenix.
Yeah, that's one of the best teams in the league.
That's not a scrub team by any stretch of the imagination. Let me ask you, is there any trades that you see? Is there anything that this team can do to get better?
I think it's going to be a quiet trade deadline because I think the way that they're looking at it is so much is working here even before the trade deadline, and they're going to look at getting some guys back. That's going to be their trade deadline acquisitions, right? Because Victor Oladipo is actually working out with the team now. I think he's going to end up coming back sometime.
I was very surprised when he re-signed this year. I have to admit. I didn't think he was coming back.
Well, the thing, I wasn't sure it was going to happen, but the fact that they got him on a minimum deal, a 1-year prove-it deal, you can't argue. So really, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't contribute, then it's oh well, we didn't really lose anything, on because he's minimum money. So if anything he does,
and if he ends up exceeding expectations, which I think he can,
yeah, he can absolutely.
He's an every night starter on certain teams.
Yeah, so you're going to be getting him back right around the trade deadline. You're going to be getting Bam back right around the trade deadline, so they can spin it as, hey, Bam Adebayo and Victor Oladipo, these are our trade deadline acquisitions. So I think that's going to be the primary stuff we look at here.
What do you think about, some of the guys like PJ Tucker, Kyle Lowry, Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, and their play, over the last, month?
I'll start with PJ Tucker. He has far exceeded my expectations. I mean,
you can pickup.
You can actually run the offense through this guy, and he's also a tremendous defender. The reasons why I liked the pickup of PJ Tucker, the offseason was he's got championship level experience and he's an elite defender who you can be part of your closing lineup. He's done far better than I expected. PJ Tucker, and this is one of those things. he's such a perfect Eric Spoelstra type player and Pat Riley type of player.
Yep.
People throw out the term heat culture. He excels in heat culture probably more than anyone else on that roster. So PJ Tucker has been fantastic.
If you ask it of him, he's going to do it, and he's going to excel at it.
Yeah, Tyler Hero has been tremendous. He's been one of the best stories on this team this year because he's becoming an elite scorer who does a lot of other stuff for you. You mentioned Kyle Lowry as well. There have been some ups and downs with Kyle Lowry. We've seen what he's capable of. This guy's a maestro. Like he is capable of just orchestrating.
He's capable of being a top 10 player in the league. He's capable of that.
Capable of being a top 10 player in the league, top 5 point guard, certainly.
Yep.
There are some nights though when he's just off. And you kind of feel like he should be more assertive and more aggressive, where if everybody's out, he should be the one taking over, trying to score. He doesn't always do it. So there have been some good, some bad with Lowry.
Wait till we get in the playoffs. We'll see him turn it on in the playoffs. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He will. That's my thought.
I'll throw out a guy, Duncan Robinson, I've been really frustrated with. He was obviously tremendous the other night against Phoenix. He's had a few
27
really good games
points
this year.
the other night and 29 minutes against Phoenix the other night.
Yeah, we need more of that because he's on a $90 million contract, and there are some nights when he just can't shoot. He's a rhythm player. I hope that what he did over the weekend is a sign of things to come. He's got to get better. I'll throw out Max Strus is a guy who has former two-way contract. He has far exceeded expectations.
Averaging 19 to 20 minutes a game. He looks really good. He looks good.
I like him better than Duncan Robinson. He does some similar things, does some extra things. He's a lot cheaper than Duncan Robinson. I think he is kind of what Duncan should aspire to be with the way he's playing. And
Alexander says the Heat can use Duncan as a trade piece. They 100% can. 100% can.
100%.
All right. One last thing about the Heat, and then let's get on. We got 2 other teams to get to before we can get to the Miami Dolphins talk, which is what everybody wants to. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, do all that fun stuff. Make sure you're following my man Alex on social media at Alex Donno. Go on Twitter. His Twitter's amazing. I love Twitter. Let me ask you real quick before I ask you this last question. Did you watch the Sunday Night Football game?
I missed it.
Oh my God.
Terrible.
Let me tell you, one of the best things this entire year was the Sunday Night Football game in Twitter in the fourth quarter and overtime. It was on fire. It was on fire. It was amazing. I tell people all the time on my platform, Twitter's the best social media. And
the reason why I missed it was because I had it on, but I wasn't really paying attention to it because I was doing the late Dolphins post game on 560. So it was one of those things. I was in show mode and I was following it, and it was freaking ridiculous. And actually, I did see some Twitter that night, Steven, because I follow a lot of Dolphin fans who try to claim that Tua is better than Justin Herbert, and so
you're gonna rise up this little chat here, Alex.
So early in that game, they're all talking trash about Herbert, and then late in the game, there were a lot of tweets being deleted because so I enjoyed that.
All right, we're gonna get into all that. You just stirred the pot, bro. You have no idea. You just stirred the pot. By the way, where do you? Last question about the Heat. Where do they end up for the playoffs?
I think they end up a top 2 seed in the East.
Me too.
And I think they end up. I think anything below Eastern Conference Finals, I think is a disappointment.
Yep.
I think they need to win 2 playoff series. If they can win the East, thrilled. That would be a bonus if they can get to the NBA Finals. But I think they've got to at least get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I will consider that meeting my expectations.
Okay. Look, hey, hands down, we're on the same wavelength. All right. Real quick, let's go to another team, Florida Panthers. Okay, Florida Panthers in South Florida, 24-7-5. They are first in the Atlantic Division. Essentially, in my opinion, I would probably say they're the best team in hockey right now. I know the Predators look good too, but I think they're the best team in hockey. Is there any argument with that?
I think they're the most talented team in hockey, certainly. I'm a longtime Florida Panthers fan, so I know the true definition of disappointment because every time you think they're really good,
they've never had any expectations till like last year and this year, bro. Come on.
I know. I guess, but no. And what's impressed me most about that team is because, like, I do believe that to me, coaching in hockey is really, really important. And they had one of the best coaches in the NHL
Big
who,
Q. Yep.
who was involved in a scandal, and they had to fire him. And they've had an interim coach, Andrew Brunette, ever since, and they haven't dropped off at all. So I think that just goes to show, and I can give Brunette certainly a lot of credit, but I think you also give the roster a lot of credit, because anyone who thought, oh, these guys are being propped up by Coach Q, not the case. There's such an overwhelmingly good team, and they've got great leadership within that team that they should be able to do something special. Again, like, I'm so accustomed to disappointment. And the weird thing about hockey is, because usually, like in the NBA, the best team wins a championship, right? In hockey, the hottest team wins a championship. You can be the best team in the league regular season. You could be the number 1 overall seed in your conference, and then it might happen to you what happened to Tampa a few years ago, where they get swept by Columbus in the first round because you're going up against a team with a hotter goaltender and just like a hotter top line. So the Panthers need to keep doing what they're doing. If they can get the number 1 seed in the East, that's incredibly important because you have favorable matchups. But man, talk to me again in the playoffs, because I'm always going to be nervous till we get there.
All right, man. I don't think people really want to talk hockey in this chat. So the last question I'm just going to ask you, just to section over to baseball, just real quick, is about the lockout. Is there any end in sight, man? Do pitchers and catchers report in a few weeks, man? That's what all I want to know as a dog.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. My knowledge of the lockout is just, hey, there's a lockout. Yeah. I have no clue. I'm not following it enough to have any idea. I hope that there's an end in sight. I have no clue.
I feel like no talk is good talk, and there's been no news.
Could be.
And I feel like no news is good news when it comes to stuff like that, man. And I'm excited for the Marlins this year. I really am.
Me too.
I think the Marlins are on the up and up. I think Derek Jeter really put this direction, this franchise in a direction to be a contender on a year in, year out basis, by building up the minor league system, by bringing in young pitching. And now the hope is he brings in a couple of key free agents, which he already started to do before the lockout. They look good. Now, the problem is they're in a crazy division with the defending world champions and the Atlanta Braves. The New York Mets just went ahead and made some big, amazing deals. Not only that, and got my favorite manager in all of baseball, and Buck Showalter there. And you can't knock out Philly, right? The Philadelphia Phillies. It is the best division, arguably, in baseball. So it's not like they have an easy in to the playoffs. It's a rough ride. You got to play all those teams 19 games a year, and it's going to be a tough road for the Marlins this year.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that they're building from pitching outwards. Like they've really been trying to build an elite rotation. Then hopefully the hitting can come. But you're right, man. It's no picnic in the NL East. But I think the Marlins are doing some of the right things.
All right. You ready for this? Are you ready?
Born ready. I was born ready, Steven. Man? Hell yeah.
I think this is what the fans have all been clamoring for. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already.
Smash it.
Because we are about to get into it right here. Everybody wants to talk about it. It is powering and dominating headlines across the country, let alone all of the local platforms in South Florida, all the YouTube platforms, you name it. The Dolphins finished the season at 9-8. The very next day, we sweep the Patriots, by the way. Okay. The very next day, we wake up. I'm doing the morning show, and all of a sudden, 10 minutes into the morning show, 1234 Epps, who's a listener, says, "Hey, Flores just got fired." And I was like, "No, you're trolling me. There's no way that happened." And I go to Twitter, and of course, it's real. Mm-hmm. And so I have to break the news live on air, which if you've done it, I know you've done it. You've broken big news stories live on air. It's so weird because I tell people all the time, as a sports morning host, you digest information in different forms. You take it as it comes. You listen to other people within the business. You listen to fans. You do your own research, and then you kind of say, okay, this is how I feel one way or another. When you're live on air when something that big happens, you don't have time to. So you have to take it as it comes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened on Black Monday. I didn't see it happening. Now, with that being said, Alex, I don't think I'm upset about it when it's all said and done. I think there is a possibility that the Dolphins could regret this decision down the road. But if they make the right ones here, it won't be. And that's the whole thing of this. You have to make the right decisions, which goes into my last statement before I let you get into your everything on how you feel about the whole situation. As a lifelong Dolphins fan, they've never done anything to show me that they're going to make the right decision. I have no faith in the team to make the right decision. Yeah. I love my team. I'm a Dolphins fan till the day that I die. I do the show. One of the biggest reasons I started the show was because of the Dolphins. But you and I both know they don't have a track record of executing the correct thing to do. So, multiple questions here. What are your thoughts about it? How did you feel when it happened? Go into it, man. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I wasn't on live when it happened, but I'm sure I had a similar reaction to the one that you did. And I've got to give the proper credit because the first person to contact me, and I didn't see it right away, but the first person to tell me it happened was our mutual friend, Big John Stud. I think he was, if you
Big
go
John
by
Stud 007.
That's right. So if you go by like the timestamps of all the crazy messages I got, he was the first. I wronged him because I didn't see his message first because, Steve, I'm such a Twitter addict that when I'm like checking my phone in the morning, usually before I check my text messages, I'll check the Twitter timeline. And I kept seeing the Adam Schefter tweet because everyone was like retweeting it and comment tweeting on it. I had to make sure it wasn't a fake Schefter because that's what
I did. I went to it and made sure it wasn't the fake Schefter account.
Yeah, because you see that. Like sometimes people do a fake Schefter and it looks real, but then you have to look for the blue check mark. Oh, it's not really. No, this was really him. I was surprised, but I wasn't shocked. Like honestly, I think, for people like us and everybody in the chat who we live and die Dolphins football, we follow the team. We knew that there was not harmony there with Brian Flores. Like you could tell that there were signs of a power struggle between him and Chris Grier, and we're learning more about that day by day. I was pretty well educated on the fact that Flo and Tua do not get along. And I think anyone who was following this team right before the trade deadline, you saw the way I didn't think Flores handled it very well with the whole endorsing Tua and the Deshaun Watson stuff. I thought that Flo left Tua out to dry. No matter what you think
on
of Tua,
on a handful of occasions.
And I'm not even saying that as a Tua lover. I'm a Tua skeptic, but I still thought that Flores did not handle that very well.
Are you Tua-non, Alex?
No, I'm not Tua-non. I'm not Tua-non. In fact, Tua-non hates me, bro. Like Tua-non hates me because, I've said the Dolphins went from Ryan Tannehill to Hawaiian Tannehill. Like, it's really, it's kind of the same thing, limitations, but it is what it is, man. And the bottom line, Steve, is when you have this much of a power struggle between a head coach and a GM, Stephen Ross, who owns the team, had three options because they can't continue working together. So Stephen Ross had to either fire Flo, fire Grier, or fire them both. And he's never done the fully cleaning house thing. Every time Stephen Ross has made a change near the top, there's always been a holdover. He'll fire a GM but keep a coach. He'll fire a coach.
Ireland stayed over, or you're 100% correct. He's never done that.
Yeah, so he's never done a full house cleaning. And so, listen, Chris Grier, they either Stephen Ross either says, you know what, this guy does all the right stuff, and sometimes people don't listen to him and whatever, or maybe Chris Grier is really good at playing the back office politics thing because he's been with the organization for almost 20 years. 20 years. Like how many front office purges has he survived? For the Game of Thrones fans out there, I will compare Chris Grier to Littlefinger. Chaos is a ladder. Right? This guy, he's not only is he surviving all the layoffs and all the purges, he's climbing the ladder up to the top. Every time they clean house in the front office, this guy gets more power somehow. So Chris Grier wins the power struggle. And then the other thing
Just
about
survive.
Flo,
that's the name of this game
yeah,
for Green. Just survive, and you're
survive.
in.
Survive and thrive. And then the other thing about Flo, why I'm not necessarily, like you said, I'm not necessarily upset about this. Obviously, he did some good things because 2 years winning record, 2 straight years. The Dolphins haven't done that in forever. But at the same time, it's like, why can't this guy build a competent coaching staff? Like, well, why is he giving opportunities to people like Jean-Pierre coaching the O-line who'd never done it before, clearly not doing a good job? This whole coordinator nonsense, the offensive coordinator thing, I thought was an unmitigating disaster this year. I think building a staff is a really important thing for a head coach. Like Flo, I think is a really good defensive coach. And I think he's going to get another head coaching job here in this cycle. But it wouldn't surprise me 5-6 years down the road. Chicago, yeah. But would it surprise anyone if 5 or 6 years from now, Flo is a defensive coordinator somewhere? Like I think he's a really good defensive coach, not necessarily a really good head coach.
If he learns from his mistakes, he will be.
True. So, and yeah, now we have to look at what the Dolphins are going to do next. Like you said, do we trust them to make the right decision? Because a lot of the people getting talked about here for gigs, I think they should go the offensive route, right? But people getting talked about for gigs, people like Brian Daboll, there's some stuff to like there. Mike McDaniel, there's a lot of stuff to like there. But again, and Byron Leftwich, his name is in the mix potentially. But you're talking about coordinators with no head coaching experience. And in the case of Mike McDaniel, I know he's regarded by many as a genius, but he's an offensive coordinator who doesn't even call plays. Like, we've been down that road before. So there's some risk here.
I don't like these interviews that they have set up.
I don't either. And yeah. I don't know how you feel about it. I think, to me, the guy who checks off the most boxes for this job is Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson and Jim Caldwell are my top two
Jim
candidates.
Caldwell. And man, I made some people angry. Jim Caldwell would probably be my second choice after Doug Peterson. I made some people angry yesterday because I brought up that, the only knock I have on Caldwell is 66 years old. Like, and I don't like the elderly. Apparently I'm an ageist. Like, I don't know, man.
Alex, you are just pissing people off left and right, sir. God. I guess I know who doesn't get grandparents gifts on grandparents' days. Right?
No, I stick them in a home.
Just go ahead. Just be gone. I'll come visit you once every 4 months. I got you. Okay, so I want to get into the coaching search. Let's before we get into that, the rumors that are coming out in the last 24 hours, things are starting to get released. Locker room fights, players having huge disagreements. Supposedly Flo demanding, I want full control of this team now. Pretty much giving Ross the ultimatum. Like, what have you heard? What do you believe? Like, what is it about this franchise that we consistently put ourselves through this all the time, Alex? This isn't something new for us.
Yeah, I mean, you remember Bullygate, all that stuff?
Oh
no,
my God.
I think I think if Brian Flores may not want to go this route, he just may be focused on the next thing. He might want to start leaking some stuff because, Steve, I fully believe that 95% of what we've been – well, actually, you know what? I think he probably is leaking some stuff because, like, a lot of the national people have been very pro-Flo. I think a lot of the local sources were getting stuff like inside the Dolphins, paint a different narrative, anti-Flo. So he probably is leaking some stuff. But the thing is, like, you got to every leak that we hear, it's coming from somebody with an agenda, right? Like, I'm sure Chris Greer has people leaking stuff because the whole power struggle thing, like, Brian Flores, basically he's trying to cut Greer out is a picture being painted. That makes Flo look pretty bad. Do you think
he's doing that? You think he's leaking stuff to the media, though, Alex?
I think they're all leaking stuff. Dude, I think they're all leaking stuff.
You covered the team, right? Like, you covered the team. Is that normal practice?
Yes, it's absolutely normal. Yeah.
Give me an example. And you don't have to name a person, but just give me an example of – because I don't think that maybe I'm naive, Alex. Maybe I'm naive. Yeah. But I get that there's political stuff within within organizations. But it's tough for me to believe that a coach is saying, you know what, I'm not getting my way, so I'm going to leak something to the media. Give me an example.
I can't be very specific. You'll have to understand. But
that's fine.
I'll give you. I'll just paint the picture for you. Okay. A lot of the beat writers and reporters, and it's not just this market, I'm sure it happens everywhere. Influential reporters, they do get stuff leaked directly to paint a picture. People who have a reach, and you can kind of tell, man, if you read the tea leaves here, certain people who broadcast, certain people who write opinion pieces in the local papers, they're getting their info directly from, I can tell you 100% it happens. 100% I can tell you that it happens, because especially like for an organization like the Dolphins, that seems to be the way that they prefer to get information out. They don't prefer to speak directly. They prefer to speak through the Armando Salgueros of the world, and even the Big O's of the world. I know he's got sources as well. Like they prefer to speak through people like that.
Yeah, but the difference between Big O is Big O's covered the team for 30 years and does have sources. It knows people within the organization.
I'm not saying everybody has sources.
The issue I have with especially like I'll give you an example. Beat writers today, right, Alex?
Mm-hmm.
We live in a COVID world. There's no way for them to get access to the team the way they had 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like that's a totally different, thing now. How are you getting the players to say X, Y? You're not able to get that relationship.
I'll say it this way. There are fewer connected people than ever for the reasons that you stated, right? That because it used to be a great way to know what the players were thinking was to be actually in the locker room talking to them off the record. That doesn't really happen anymore. Yep. But the good reporters, they have relationships where they're texting and calling these people, whether it's players, coaches, front office people. And so, if you're just reading like some random Joe Blow blogger who's got 150 Twitter followers and they're pretending like they know what's going on, they probably don't. Okay. They probably don't. But the people like Jeff Darlington, the people like Armando Salguero, the people like Barry Jackson, Cameron Wolf, and Barry Jackson, I think, is incredibly fair. Like, I don't think like Barry Jackson, I don't think allows himself to be like manipulated by one side or the other. I think he pretty much calls it like he sees it. I've got a lot of respect for him, and even like national guys like Mike Florio, like they definitely have sources. They probably have sources with an agenda. So they're telling you a certain story, but they may only be telling you one side of a story out of 4, 5, 6 sides of a story. So
their job
definitely
is to write and get clicks, and I get that too. All right, that's we could talk about that all day.
Yeah,
let's talk about something that was very weird to me on Monday. So we saw we saw Oz come out from behind the curtain and talk, and he doesn't do that. And I don't have to say his name. You know what his name. His name, who shall we not speak of?
Voldemort.
It's been 2.5 years since we've seen Stephen Ross come out on record in public, right?
It only happens when there's a coaching change.
Yeah. So, I'm trying to figure out the question I want to ask you, because here's my thought. Let me do it like this. I think Ross's heart is in the right place. I think Stephen Ross's heart, I think he wants the team to be good. I think he wants to win a Super Bowl. I think he has made bad decision time and time and time again. What is your thoughts about Stephen Ross?
Yeah, I like him a lot because I think his heart and his pocketbook are in the right place. I think one of the worst things you could have as a fan of a team is like a really cheap owner, and he's not that. I mean, he's willing to cut every check.
I live in Baltimore. The Orioles don't even get me started on that the ownership organization. But I got you. I agree with you.
Yeah. So then, if most owners in the NFL, most of them are not football experts, right? Stephen Ross is not a football expert, so you either have to be really good at hiring the right football people or really lucky to hire the right football person. I think Stephen Ross has been unlucky, right? Because every time he tries to hitch his wagon to somebody, Bill Parcells, although Bill Parcells was brought in by Huizenga, but then Ross, I think, was very happy to inherit Bill Parcells. So you try to trust somebody like Bill Parcells. Then you try to trust somebody like Jeff Ireland, and then you had like Don Aponte and Joe Philbin in Ireland, and then Greer. Tannenbaum has been another guy that's been in Stephen Ross's ear. It hasn't worked out, and it sucks because if you use the local South Florida example, every owner of any team in the world, you want to be like Mickey Arison, and you want to find your Pat Riley, right? Like Mickey Arison was really good to get Riley, also really lucky to be able to hitch his wagon to Pat Riley for like the last almost 30 years that Riley, or 25 years that Riley has been associated with the Heat.
I just said it. I said Spoelstra's a Hall of Famer, and that's a direct result because of Pat Riley, which is a direct result of Mickey Arison.
Yeah. So Stephen Ross he's never been able to find his Pat Riley. And I think that, and I alluded to this earlier, one of the things that I think Ross should have done by now is, if you're going to hit the reset button, and he's a builder, right? He's a real estate guy. So I think this example would make sense to him. Sometimes you've got to do a full demolition, right? Like, so sometimes it's not enough to renovate a penthouse or an apartment building. Sometimes you've got to blow it up, wrecking ball the thing. And he's never done that. Every time he's made a coaching change, there's been a carryover GM. Every time he's made a GM change, there's been a carryover coach. And so if you really want to go full rebuild, maybe he's made a mistake by not going full rebuild at this point. But I just think Ross,
he has gone full rebuild though. I don't know.
On a roster though. But the thing was, 3 years ago when he went full rebuild on a roster, who was in charge? Chris Greer, who had been with the organization 16, 17 years already by that point.
He's never. But let's have this conversation. Let's have this debate. Yeah. Greer has never had the autonomy that I thought he had under Flores, but everything leaking sounds like it's been nothing but a riffraff and fighting back and forth between the two. So, with that being said, Greer has never had the full autonomy to be able to make the roster the way that he wants to, ever. And even when he was considered a GM during the Tannenbaum was the GM.
Yeah.
So he's only been a GM, in my opinion, for the last 3 years.
And how's that worked out? Okay, not great. I mean,
and you can't put
draft was awful. The offensive line is awful. The 2021 draft looks great. I'll give him that.
It's the best. He had the best draft last year of any NFL team.
He did.
Hands down.
But the year before that, Austin Jackson, Noah Igbenogany, the jury is still out on Tua, I guess. But that was not a great draft. Igbenogany is not an NFL player. Austin Jackson, certainly not a starting offensive lineman in the NFL.
So is Ross just getting the wrong? Like, you see in the suite every Sunday, who is Ross sitting next to? Who is he sitting next to every Sunday in the
Greer, right?
No, Dan Marino. He's sitting next to Dan Marino.
Sorry. Yeah.
Every Sunday.
Yeah.
So is he getting wrong information? Is he getting wrong advice? Because you said it yourself, he's not a football guy.
Yeah.
Why, Alex? Explain to me. I just need somebody to explain to me why this franchise, year after year, after coach, after GM, after they make the same mistakes.
Yeah.
Every freaking time, Alex. This isn't new. Every 3 or 4 years, we're changing coaches. Every 5 to 7 years, we're changing GMs. I don't get it. I've never seen mediocrity at the level that I've seen it with this organization. I don't understand it.
Well, one thing we're going to, and I wish I had the answer. I don't. I wish if
what good are you, Alex? If I brought you on, what good are you, huh?
If I did have the answer, the Dolphins should probably hire me. Maybe I should be the GM or I should be the head coach or something.
There's times I've thought I should be. Let me tell you,
I'm probably more qualified to be the offensive line coach. Well, here's something I think we're going to find out here in short order. Because, you mentioned it. Basically, every 3 years, they're looking for a new head coach.
Yep.
I think there have been times, like a lot of people will say you need continuity. Well, okay, if you have the wrong person, you don't. Like, I believe, if anything, they may have fired Adam Gase a year too late. He probably should have only gotten 2, not 3.
Mm-hmm.
Flo got 3 years. But should he have gotten more time? I think for as many criticisms as I have of Flo, did have 2 straight winning records. He's going to end up probably coaching in Chicago. He's going to get another head coaching job.
Yep.
So we'll see how he does at his next stop. I will say, though, that a lot of the coaches that the Dolphins have fired over the last 10, 15 years haven't done any better anywhere else. I mean, Tony Sparano, may he rest in peace, did not become a great head coach elsewhere. Joe Philbin, obviously not. Adam Gase flamed out in ridiculous fashion in New York. So I think overall he's shouldn't have hired some of these people in the first place, was right to fire them. We'll find out if that's the case with Flo. But again, Steve, I can take this full circle with the coaching search. If they want to get it right this time, they need to get the highest possible percentage candidate who's going to get this right. And that's why I think you need to get someone with actual head coaching experience this time. If you get a guy like Jim Caldwell, who worked miracles in Detroit, had a nice tenure in Indianapolis, or Doug Peterson, who won a Super Bowl, former coach of the year. I think both of them were former coaches of the year at one point. And
former quarterback here. He's got ties to the
former quarterback here.
organization.
Absolutely. And that's another box that Doug Peterson checks off. And he's also, really good at working with quarterbacks, right? Because look how well he had Carson Wentz playing. And then he got Nick Foles actually prepared to actually win a Super Bowl that year. So he's done incredible work with quarterbacks. I think you need to bring in somebody with relevant head coaching experience, because the last several coaches the Dolphins have brought in, Tony Sparano was an offensive line coach, no head coaching experience. Joe Philbin was an offensive coordinator who didn't even call plays in Green Bay, no head coaching experience. You hired him. Adam Gase, offensive coordinator, no head coaching experience.
He didn't call plays either. Don't say Peyton Manning did, okay?
Oh,
Peyton Manning.
for sure. And then Brian Flores, defensive coordinator, no head coaching experience. I think you need to do it differently this time. Bring in somebody, preferably an offensive-minded coach with head coaching experience. I think that's the way you can do it. And I know, and I know people will throw out candidates like, okay, maybe Mike McDaniel looks like kind of a nerd, but he went to Yale.
Dude,
He's
the
really
kid looked
smart.
like he just graduated high school yesterday.
Yeah.
And
I'm
not dissing the guy. I don't.
I'm not either.
I'm just telling you what it is.
He may end up being a great head coach here or somewhere else, McDaniel. I just don't think the Dolphins can afford to gamble on somebody who with no head coaching experience again, because they've done it the last 4 times and it's bit them in the butt. So I think this time you need to get
So why
Caldwell
are they interviewing offensive, or why are they interviewing coordinators, Donno?
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't give me the confidence that.
Yeah.
So look, this is what. So I've said this. I've said I'm a big advocate for who's the offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy.
Yes.
Big advocate for him over the last 5 years that he should be a head coach in the NFL.
He should be by now. He should have already been a head coach.
I don't know if I want him here, by the way.
Neither do I.
Because of the setup that we have. But I love him. I think he's great. I think he deserves to be a head coach somewhere.
Yeah.
I think that Brian Daboll is somebody who is a fluff. Like, I don't believe in it. I don't believe, and to me, his track record has never been successful until the last 2 years, 3 years in Buffalo, and even then, that
he
wasn't
had a cup
until
of coffee down here, if people remember,
as our offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and that wasn't great.
No, like, you know what he had? The same thing we have now: a sorry O-line, average to below average quarterback. It's not like he would be working with something great.
Yeah.
He'd be working with the same thing, Alex.
Yep.
So, I don't think Daboll's the answer. And I'm looking at some of these other guys, and I'm like, there's no way I want these guys to do that. So I think that my top, in no particular order, I think Peterson is number one, though, having said that. So I would say Peterson, Caldwell.
What about Dan Quinn? What do you think about Quinn? I don't. There are 2 things I don't love about Quinn. I do like that he has head coaching experience. I didn't love his experience with head coaching experience.
Yeah, he didn't do great in Atlanta.
Didn't do great in Atlanta.
Failed
miserably. And he's also he seems like he's a damn good defensive coach. But again, I want an offensive guy. So he checks off the head coaching experience box, but he's a defensive guy, not an offensive guy. I think the next coach needs to be an offensive minded guy.
I was going to say Del Rio, but he hasn't had a great coaching record either,
No. And then and another one, I see some people, and I can't disagree with some of this stuff more, A lot of people are still trying to throw Bill Cowher into the conversation. He's
They're
been out of the game.
they're
He's
always
been out of the game for almost 20
Tony
years,
Dungy's
man.
name will come up eventually. Come on now.
Yeah,
They'll
and
always throw it out there.
yeah. So it's like I don't want somebody who's been out of coaching for that long, because you lose connections over the years
You do,
when it comes to, because
100%.
building a staff is so important.
Yeah.
And if you've been out of that game for 15, almost 20 years in the case of Bill Cowher, like there's an expiration that you can't just jump right into it after being out of it for that long.
Chris Delaka says, I like this Donno guy. He doesn't live in fantasy land like these Tua lovers.
That's the thing.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
People either love me or hate me. And you know this, Steve. We talk all the time. I am neither Tua non or Tua near, as you call it. I'm neither Tua near nor am I Tua hater. I call it like I see it. I've changed my mind on Tua both directions before.
So you know what the real name of the show is, right? It's Flip Flop.
Flip flop. Yeah, I flip flop all the time. The thing is, like, I call it like I see it, because I know, to me, the main reason why Tua, there's like a religion devoted to this guy. And the main reason why is people cannot separate their feelings from reality, right? When Tua was drafted, it was one of the best days of a lot of our lives as Dolphin fans.
Yep.
I loved it. I was so excited for it.
I woke my kids up when he went into they were sleeping. That Jets game where he came in and played for 2 plays. They were like, they fell asleep. I woke them up. You guys have to see the quarterback of the future. Wake up. This is the very first 2 plays.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So, like, people can't separate their feelings from reality, because you were so happy, as I was, when he was drafted. And then what did people do? They didn't waste 3 seconds. And they'd been waiting for Tua, by the way, for a year and a half, because we'd been talking about Tua forever. Tank for Tua. You built him up in your minds. And then as soon as he was drafted, you immediately went online and you ordered Tua jerseys for your entire family. A lot of you sleep in Tua bed sheets. You just cannot separate your feelings from reality. So what happens? You invest so much emotional energy in this guy. You probably bought season tickets because of him. So then when reality hits you, and the reality is, looks like we drafted a game manager with the 5th overall pick. You could have gotten a guy like that in the 2nd or 3rd round. In reality, 5th overall pick. You don't want to accept it. You do not want to accept the fact that this guy is not the type to elevate a franchise.
Alex, you're pissing people off, man. You're
I don't
making
care.
people mad.
Just whatever you do, do not hit the dislike button, because I don't want to do that to my guy Steve. Although you notice, like, YouTube doesn't even let you see dislikes anymore. They hide.
Yeah, so now you can only just hit it. It doesn't show you the dislikes.
But like, why is that to protect our feelings? Like, do they think I'm gonna go to bed and cry tonight?
YouTube said it's said to prevent cyberbullying.
It's set to snowflake mode, is what it is. Like,
snowflake
dude,
mode.
if you dislike, I want to know. The thing is, like, Steve, honestly, for content creators, I think it's important to know how many people are hitting the dislike button, because I need to know what pushes people's buttons, right? Like, if I don't know how many dislike, because I've done several shows the last couple days where I've had strong opinions on Flo. I've done several shows the past few weeks where I've had strong opinions on Tua. I would love to know how many dislikes. I think that's important information. They don't let us see it.
Donno, I will divorce my wife for. Hey, man, you over here making Donno 2024, bro. You over here stealing my listeners, son. They love you, man. They love you, dude.
Oh, man.
Oh, shoot.
And hold on.
I told you coming on this show would have its benefits, Alex.
I love it. I love all of you. I love Steve. Even the people who don't like me, I love you. But I'll say, and okay, I have to wonder how Tua is going to affect the coaching search here, because I don't know.
So, I said that yesterday.
Yeah.
We had this whole conversation yesterday. I don't mean to interrupt. We had this whole conversation yesterday. I said, and I was getting argued with. I said, let me ask you, if I'm Caldwell, do I want to come here? Because this is look, it's a crap show is what it is in certain aspects of it. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's call it what it is. Because if I walk into this press conference or into this interview and then the question gets asked to me, because there's going to be a few questions asked in these interviews, and one of them is going to be, what do you think about Tua Tagovailoa and what would you do with him?
Right.
And if any of their answers are, I don't want the guy, I want you to get rid of him, the very next question is, well, what do you see? What is the solution then?
Right.
Right? What is the solution, or what would you want the solution to be?
Right.
Well, I can't guarantee you that we're going to get Deshaun Watson. I can't guarantee you that we can trade up and get Kenny Pickett. I can't guarantee you that we're going to get Russell Wilson or Kirk Cousins or whoever that might be. Like, there's only 3 or 4 people right now that I would be, you know what, I'm okay with replacing Tua with.
Same.
That's the other sad part about this.
And most of them I don't see coming here because I'd love to have Aaron Rodgers. I don't see it happening.
Rodgers isn't leaving Green Bay.
No.
Let's just stop.
And even if he does, I think he wants to go to the West Coast. I don't think he would come here. So I don't think Rodgers is coming here. I don't think Russell Wilson's coming here. And the Deshaun Watson thing is still a mess.
Russell Wilson, maybe. I don't think he's in Seattle next year. I can tell you that.
No, I don't either. I don't either. So I guess that's a possibility, but I don't really see it. And then the thing is, like, the Deshaun Watson thing is such a mess. I can't be confident because they've already clearly, Stephen Ross has made it known we didn't trade for this guy in November because he couldn't get cleared. So how do I know he gets cleared within the next 3 months? Like, I guess we'll wait. There's an important grand jury event coming up later this month. We'll see what comes out of that. But if what comes out of that,
I thought it wasn't until February. The grand jury thing.
I don't know. I thought late January, but I don't know. I don't watch enough court TV or True TV, whatever it is. So I don't know. I may be off. It's within a month, let's say, we're going to know more. But I mean, does everything get resolved by March or April?
No way.
Who knows? Probably not. So and honestly, for as many not nice things as I've said about Tua, it's still probably, unless you can get a clear upgrade. And I don't think that clear upgrade is in the draft, especially not when you're picking in the 20s. Okay. So assuming there's not a clear upgrade, it may be the right thing to do to roll with Tua for another year and actually try to build him a better offensive line and just take all the excuses away. Okay.
You have 74 mil, 72 to 74 mil, whatever it is, right? You have a first round draft pick, 2 twos, I think. Do you have 2 twos?
I think 2 twos. Yeah. 2 twos.
In the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 2 twos, right? You get 2 ones next year. You have 2 ones next year. And you have about 12 to 14 players that could either get cut, restructured, or re-signed in a way that you can make it that you still have another 20 million in cap space.
Right.
So essentially you have $90 million in cap space, potential cap space. You have multiple draft picks. This is something that you have to realize that moving forward is going to be a good thing with the right person in charge. Again, right. I'm not sold that the right person is in charge on this, Alex. Yeah. And so you have to look 2 second round picks, they're saying. Okay. So there's a lot of capital within this team to do the right thing. So if I'm Doug Peterson, this is a dream scenario. I basically have a blank canvas to do whatever the heck I want. By the way, also I already have a made-in top 5 defense.
Mm-hmm. And I think someone like Peterson and Caldwell have enough experience where they can actually hire good defensive coaches to maintain the defense, right? Because that was to me, that was Flo's biggest problem. Right. In that Flo, I just didn't trust him to hire a competent staff. Like, why can't he surround himself with better people? And then occasionally when he did bring in someone like experience, like a Caldwell, I know they cited health issues, but I think that there were also some personal issues between him and Flo.
There was a Flores issue.
There was a Flores issue. And listen, I guess he tried to get an experienced guy in Chan Gailey. It didn't work out. I don't know how much of that was between him and Flo or what, but like every time the few times he brought in experienced people, it didn't work. And then the inexperienced people didn't work either. But I'll go back to the whole thing about
AB, leave my man Donno alone, bro. Leave my man Donno alone, AB.
That's a funny message though.
Tua is as good as your podcast. Not very good. AB,
at least we agree on Tua.
We agree on Tua. All right, chat. Get AB. Go get him. I do like AB. He gets a lot of heat in the chat, but I like him. But I don't agree with that comment, AB. So I'm sending the chat mob your way.
You do you, AB.
So I know you don't. We've already gone over the hour. I'm sorry.
That's right.
What happens if we get some sort of coordinator? Like what? Like let's talk about the fan base for a minute,
Mhm.
because the fan base they're just cut in half. Like, have you ever seen this fan base this divided?
It's like politics now. It's like you see what's happening with like liberals and conservatives. It's like the Dolphins fan base is the same way. Like the Dolphins fan base is like a microcosm of American politics. It's like everyone hates each other. Both sides are probably wrong, right? Like but they dig their heels in and they fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, so we had a State of Dolphin Nation in the middle of the year here on our network. And we had, a lot of people, a lot of YouTube content creators. We had Richmond Webb on. We had just a lot. I think I had 20 people on altogether over a course of 2 hours.
Nice.
And I said that during that thing, I said, hey, man, I don't think that, the Dolphins fan base has ever been this divided. And now I take that statement back, because I'll say that I don't think that this fan base has ever been this divided. And there's no. Like, I'm wearing this hat, so shout out to Finn Sticky. Make Miami great again. Okay? Make Miami great again. I love this hat, by the way.
That's a great hat.
I shout out to Finn Sticky. I don't know what it's going to take for this franchise to be turned around. And I feel like the Dolphins have done everything short of trading the farm for a top 5 quarterback. But then
even that would piss people off.
Exactly. And I had to admit, Big O influenced a thought that I had. And other people have said it. I'm shouting out Big O because I was listening to Big O and Dougley Do Wrong in their segment on their YouTube channel. And they had mentioned they have a weekly segment on Dougley's YouTube channel.
I watched that too. It's good.
It was really good. And I said, he said, hey, look, the Dolphins have had a top 5 quarterback before. And what happened with the franchise? They didn't do it. I.e. referred to the Dolphins past with Dan Marino.
Yeah.
And I had to think about that for a second. And I'm like, we can go out and get Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, what is, there's no guarantee that Deshaun Watson solves everything.
No, certainly not. There's no guarantee that Tua solves anything either. So it's tough. It's like, this is one of those things. It's in the NFL. If you're using like winning Super Bowls as the measuring stick, you're a lot more likely to fail than succeed. Now, at the same time, the Dolphins have had, a much longer drought when it comes to playoff wins and Super Bowl appearances going back to the 80s than most teams have had. But it's still, you're a lot more likely to fail than succeed in this league. So, there are 2 different ways to build a winner. Now, something I'll add in on the Marino conversation, when we're talking about football in the 80s and 90s, it was a less offensive and pass-centric game back then than it is now.
Imagine Dan Marino in today's NFL.
If Dan Marino had been born 15 years later, he would probably have a whole closet full of Super Bowl rings, because you look at the way that they changed the rules to favor quarterbacks. And, now if a quarterback gets breathed on, it's a 15-yard flag. If your wide receiver gets touched beyond 6 yards, a 15-yard flag.
Yep.
So, listen, the game has changed. Like Dan Marino, he was a trendsetter in his era, but he probably played in the wrong era because he would have won more later. And so, okay, it's still possible to build a Super Bowl team behind a good but not great quarterback if everything else is perfect, okay? If you have tremendous trench play, if you have, wide receivers who can stay healthy. I mean, Jalen Waddle is the guy from that core that I love. Everybody else is not dependable, unfortunately. If you actually spend resources on running backs, and it doesn't take you like everybody getting COVID to realize Duke Johnson should be on the field, you need to go after more running backs. Okay, yeah, if you put Tua in a great situation, you can win with Tua. Okay, like Tua is not so bad that he's going to hold you back from winning a Super Bowl if you do a great job constructing a team. But it's like, I've got to trust that the organization can build around him, that they can build everyone else around him, because to this point, I love how many Chris Grier apologists there are out there, because basically Chris Grier has so many excuses. Because like you said, I'm not calling you an excuse maker, Steve, but this does happen where it's like everyone's like, okay, yeah, well, all the good picks, that was Chris Greer, and all the bad picks, that was somebody else making the pick. It's like, well, how do we really know that for sure? And also, like, if Chris Greer is going to blame every bad pick on Flores and take credit for every good pick, I would then ask you, Mr. General Manager, the guy who's got final say over the draft and free agency, why were you letting Flo bully you and make all these bad picks? It's like, so, okay. So another thing that I worry about, Steve, with the coaching search is, are they looking for a lapdog, right? If part of the problem with Brian Flores was he was rattling the cage too much, he was trying to take too much power away. Okay. Is the next coach you bring in, you're trying to find a yes man who's just going to say, Mr. Greer, sir, you just pick whatever players you want. I'll make it work. I don't want to have any influence in the draft room, free agency. I will not ask for any trades. Just I will play with the players that you provide, sir. Is that what they're looking for? Because I hope they're not looking for a yes man. Now, in the case of Flo, if Flo was rattling the cage too much, he might have had some bad ideas. And okay, I can live with that.
There's a difference, though, Alex, between working with somebody and then fighting them on tooth and nail on everything.
Yeah, true.
Right?
True.
So something that hasn't been talked about, and somebody just put it in the chat. Why not go trade for a head coach that you love?
That happens. Like, Sean Payton, if you could, I don't know. I mean, yeah,
look what Tony Dungy did with Tampa.
Yeah.
Tampa went out and traded for Tony Dungy, right?
No, I think they traded for Gruden.
Or Gruden. I'm sorry, I said Tony Dungy.
Yeah,
for Gruden. That's not a great example, though, because that was a Tony Dungy-led team.
True. But still, I mean, Gruden did for them what Tony Dungy couldn't and win a Super Bowl.
That's true. That's a fair statement. But honestly, my favorite head coach in the NFL is probably Tomlin. I think Tomlin is just,
great.
He's amazing.
I mean, the fact that he could put up with Antonio Brown for 7 years, he should be a saint. Like, dude, the next time I go to Catholic Mass and they're shouting out all the saints, I want to hear him shouted out as one of the saints out there.
Man, if the Dolphins are serious, they'll back the Brinks truck up to Mike Tomlin's crib.
And I've actually seen his house. He's got a lovely home in Pittsburgh. My sister used to live there, and we were driving around town, and my brother-in-law points over. That's Mike Tomlin's house. Beautiful home, but plenty of room to back up that Brinks truck.
All right. You've been on for over an hour, man. I don't want to keep you, bro. Tell the people where they can find you. Promote anything and everything. 5 reasons.
Thank you.
Everything. I want you to promote it all.
Yeah, the best place to find me is on Twitter. You see the handle there. That's I post all the shows that I do on there. I do a show on the 5 Reasons Sports YouTube page called Donno Daily. I'm not doing one today because I have some stuff to do throughout the day today, but typically Monday through Friday. We'll be back tomorrow. We were on yesterday, 3 p.m. on 5 Reasons YouTube. Lately, we've been talking mostly Dolphins with everything going on, but we talk a lot of Miami Hurricanes and Miami Heat on there as well. 3 p.m. live on 5 Reasons Sports YouTube. You can catch the replays as well. I do some stuff on AM radio, but mostly during football season, so we'll see what they have for me coming up. But I've been doing Hurricanes and Dolphins post games. Unfortunately, no playoffs for us, so no post game for me again anytime soon. And yeah, I also do a combat sports show on 5 Reasons YouTube Thursday nights. So check all that stuff out. And but yeah, follow me on Twitter and you'll see everything.
Alex, I can't say enough good things about you. You've been.
By the way, I can't say enough good things about our guy Big John Stud,
John Stud 007.
Seeing the super chat,
up, Alex.
And by the way, Steve, is it true? Do you and Big John Stud have a little beef going on? Because you mentioned something about that last week.
I didn't say nothing. There is no. Boy, you were getting me in trouble. I didn't say nothing bad about that man, dude. I don't want no smoke from Big John Stud at all. No smoke. I want no smoke from him. Okay, don't be getting me in trouble, Alex, because I'm gonna come on your show and I'm gonna tell people to go on your show and start giving you the business. All right. See, you know what we need to have, Alex? We need to have a fake Twitter beef.
I know.
Stir up some stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Look, I love having you on. I don't know where the future of sports radio is or YouTube is, but I think you and I are a big part of the future. At least I hope we are.
I think
and
so.
and I think that it's because somebody like you keeps it real, man. I don't think you play favorites. I think that you are I'm going to check your temperature the day of, and if it's hot, we're going to say it's hot. If it's cold, we're going to say it's cold. There's no ands, ifs, or buts around it. So if you are watching right now, and a lot of you are, go check out Alex's show. It is such a good show. It's an amazing show. Not because he's just an amazing guy, but because he's fair. And I think that's part of it, man. I think that's part of it, bro. I love you, man. I really do.
I love you too, man. And I love your vibe. Like you say, SKPL, you're always spreading kindness, positivity, and love. And we need more of that in the world.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. All right, dude, get out of here. Go do what you got to do for the day. And I hope that I brought you some more people to your show.
Thank you.
And
yeah.
I want to be a guest on your show again. I'm a guest on your show like every Friday.
Let's do it Friday. We'll do it again this Friday.
All right, I'll see you on Friday.
See ya.
See you later, man. Be good. Alex Donno, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun this morning. Whew. That was a lot of fun. All right. I'm just going to do a little bit of a Dolphins panel this morning. Dolphins chat. We'll bring up a panel. I'll have you come on. We'll talk about it. I'll go ahead and bring you all into the back room here. So while I'm doing that, go ahead, stay on, hit the like button. And let's keep doing it. Let's open up Dolphin chat. I put in the chat the link to come on. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'll answer any questions you have. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday or Mortal Kombat Wednesday. Although I don't want what happened yesterday again. So no Mortal Kombat Wednesday. Because y'all had that yesterday. Okay? We're going to have a fun day today. All right. Let me bring in. All right. First person I want to bring in. John, I didn't say nothing about you, bro. Alex said that, man. I want no smoke, Big John.
Not you. No, he didn't say it. You said it, but it's okay.
I didn't say nothing, Big John. Nothing.
What's going on with you, man? How you doing?
What's going on with you, man? How are you? No, I'm doing good, man. How you feeling?
Oh, man, I had a long day last night, dude. I really did.
A long day last night. Yep. That sounds
the whole day. The whole day was like 40 hours long. It felt, man.
There's only 24 hours in a day, Big John.
No, man, it felt like 40, man. Listen, I was on to like, I don't even know what time me and El Capitan got done with that show last night on Finn's Tailgate, man. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you were on with Chris?
Yeah, me. He had a open mic with Mike show and some other show, and I was on there. It must have been like 12 o'clock or 1. Felt like it, man. It was long.
The Finn's Tailgate. He posted earlier, me and Steven have some big plans to work together here soon, guys. And me and the guys at Finn's Tailgate have crazy content going to come out here soon. Not for nothing. It'll be entertaining AF, LOL. Yeah, so me and Chris have been talking behind closed doors. Definitely going to do some stuff on our podcast network, which I'm pretty excited about. Nothing is quite set in stone, but we're like 85% there. So, it's pretty much a done deal. So I'm pretty excited about it.
I'm just waiting to see what Estefan got to say. He was breaking some news yesterday about Tua and Mark.
Just crazy. Let me bring on some other people while I got you going. Bree Adam Flowgaze. Is that what that says?
They're the same person.
Bree Adam Flowgaze. They're the same
person. Adam Flowgaze. They're the same person.
Adam.
We were ready to escort Adam Gase out of the building, and now we're acting like we just killed somebody because we got rid of Brian Flores. He's Adam Gase.
He's Adam
Gase. He's like the alter ego of Adam Gase. Adam Gase was an offensive guy who couldn't put together a defensive staff. Flores was a defensive guy who couldn't put together an offensive staff. Same guy, same record, same everything.
You're funny. I love you, Andrevius.
Prove me wrong.
You're not wrong. I'm not saying you are. I never said that. Let me bring on El Capitan from the Fins tailgate.
What's up, Andrevius? Before I get on to what I was going to say, what's up, Big John? I think I have that exact same blanket you got, dog, on my desk right now. I use it like on my desk. Can I see it? Can you hold it up so I can see it real quick? Brother, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me look at the other side. Just 1 second. Hold on.
Y'all are funny.
No, it's not that one. It's the one with the Dolphins logo, not the helmet. Same exact blanket, the plush. Sorry about that, bro. I was like, dang, bro, I got that blanket.
Andrevius is like, he keeps it like an ice box in his house.
No, it's always cold in my house, so I be wearing this.
I've seen you wear it before. I just had to catch you when you had it to see it and stuff like that. Bro, what a great show, man. Listen, I slept in, guys. I was on late with Big John last night, as John will tell you. But and I'm just a lazy guy.
And you're a guy
but
you broke up there for a minute. Your internet went away there for a minute.
Oh, sorry. I said I'm kind of a lazy guy in the mornings, man. I'm burnt out in the morning time. I'm not a morning person. But I caught some of that Donno, man. Dude,
Donno's great.
Awesome
Donno's amazing. I love Alex. Alex is he's a really, really, really good friend of mine in the business.
Dude, the chemistry you two that was so nice to watch. It was so easy.
I have to admit, one of my dreams is to have a show with Alex. Like, I think Alex and I would have an amazing show together. So I think it'll happen one day. It's just it's got to be the right setup and the right thing. But I love Alex Donno. I think Alex Donno is one of the best in the business. Top five person doing it, hands down.
Oh yeah, in this South Florida market, and you listening to the radio the last 10 years to the Dolphins, you had
Donno's a big part of it. Yeah,
big part, dude, and the Canes too, brother.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, let me bring on some other people because it's filling up in the back room here. All right, what do you got in your golf balls today? Let me see your golf balls, MCJB. 305.
Nice.
I like it.
Yeah.
I did it. MCJB is a Roll Tide fan. Sorry, not sorry. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. About your Roll Tide, but he always has a special message for us in his golf balls in the backgrounds. And today is, move your head one more time. Let me see it again. 305. I like it, man. That's a good one. You did good today. I like that.
What will the next one be?
I don't know. I mean, I have you come on. Find out on the next time you come on. But I like the 305 one. That's good.
Yes,
all right.
Thank you.
No problem, man. Let me bring on my man Pete equals clicks.
Oh boy.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me up, Steven. What's going on, Fins Nation?
I don't know, man. What's going on with you, my friend?
Nothing much, man. Shout out to Donno. You guys had a blessed, great show this morning. You guys were rocking it. It was actually Common Collective, but the Common Collective leaves once Pete jumps up.
I know. Anyways, I know it's gone. It's gone. That thing is gone on Wildin' Out Wednesday. There he went.
And just like that.
Off. And just like that, he dropped off. All right, I'm sure he'll get back on. All right, let me bring on my man, Great One DeVore. Great One. Great One.
This is D1, not Great One. Get the ones right.
All right, Great One, D1. How many ones are there? I only thought there was one.
There's only one because I'm the Great One, and it's D1. So, but shout out to DeVore.
You confused yourself. What's up, baby? How are you?
I'm good, and y'all. How are y'all feeling today on this beautiful Wednesday morning?
Hey, man.
Every morning's been beautiful since.
I'm miserable.
Monday morning.
We just fired Don Shula apparently, so I'm miserable.
We fired Don Shula. I didn't get the memo. I didn't get the memo.
Yeah, me neither. Not at all. I did not get the memo.
We fired a great coach that has the same record as Adam Gase. But okay.
Hey,
come with it.
I mean, do we really want to say who got
his record with Adam Gase when the first year's a blow up the team year, bro? That is not a good parallel and a measuring stick for flow. I mean, let's get real.
So do you want to?
At the end of the day,
how about this? Then how about we just do the first 2 years of Gase in the last 2 years of Flores, and you tell me what's the number then.
I mean, listen, I didn't come here ready to do arithmetic, to be honest with you guys.
I will tell you what, they both add up to mediocre. That's what
they definitely
both
add up to getting their asses fired in the 305. That's for certain.
Swear jar,
I had to drop you in.
If he got the Dolphins to the playoffs, he wouldn't be fired. And he didn't perform well enough to be an asshole at work. Simple as that.
I disagree on
hey,
I disagree.
Do we just cuss on this show? Huh?
Hey, listen, Steven, I'm trying to get that swear jar money up.
I keep telling you, I got bond money.
Andrevius, I mean, I disagree. At this point, I think, like, I'm happy Flores is gone, to be honest with you, because I truly believe now that he is that stubborn guy that the Tua guy's been saying all along. Mm-hmm. And this guy, Flores, is not wanting Watson. He's way over his head. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's delusional, not wanting Deshaun Watson. He has to go, and that's just what's going on.
Hold on, I got a couple.
Because
other
people in the
Flores
back didn't want Watson, that's why.
Let me just bring on a couple other people before we get the full conversation going. My man Tony, what's up, Tony?
Yo, what's going on?
What's going on, man? How are you? Let me see the hat. Let me see the lid. Ooh, that's fine. I like that. I like that. I like a good hat.
Baby.
We might have to call this Hat Wednesday. Everybody needs to wear a hat. That's what needs to happen. Look at Big John. Big John, where are your hats at, man?
Change my hat, dog.
Roll Tide. Hold on, man. Gio is blowing up my phone. I'll be right back. God damn it, Gio.
Roll Tide.
All right, Estefan. What's up, Estefan?
What's up? Good morning, everybody. Big John, what's up? What's up, Chris?
What's up, Estefan? Dang.
Hey.
Big John.
Hey.
He's coming back.
Hey, man, I gotta say, man, y'all gotta check out that show from last night because that dude Color was dropping some bombs last night. I mean bombs, bro.
Bro,
I love that guy.
Hilarious, dude. He's
bro.
Hilarious,
I love that guy, Chris.
He's so
I gotta
funny,
say, bro.
Isn't Color hilarious, dude?
Bro, his takes are awesome, homie.
He is hilarious, bro.
I'm telling you, man, that dude knows what's
that's
up.
Somebody I was going to talk to you about bringing around here and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. I've heard a lot of people were watching that last night, and Twitter had some stuff about y'all. So yeah,
well, y'all better be careful.
He ain't soft like these Tuneers.
Pete and EM out here going at every YouTuber's panels that are spewing BS.
Listen,
bro, yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was insane.
It was nuts yesterday, guys.
It's gonna keep on. It's gonna get even worse. It's just you guys gotta open up your mouths. And
it's gonna be even nuts. It's gonna be even nuts when people in the media will stop saying that Flores won a Herbert when that's a lie. It's a blatant lie. Now we have all the tea that's coming out.
That's the first I'm hearing of it too. I didn't hear about a Herbert love affair with type of from that Flores wanted. I didn't hear that other than recently.
All right, hey, hold on. Let me bring in somebody else. Crypto, what's up, Crypto?
What's going on, man? What's going on, man? Both fascists are at war for no reason. I'm telling you, we're gonna.
Crypto, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Crypto.
Mining too much coin, I see.
What is Crypto saying we're gonna get? I need to hear this.
Crypto, are you there?
Hey. All right, man. I wish Big John was here, but because I gotta get him a take for his coach request. I mean, bro,
Alexander.
Man,
hey, what's up, guys?
Man, none of those Tua guys don't jump up no more.
What's up, brother?
You know that?
What's going on, man? I was on the panel last night with Big John and Chris.
I know, I hear it. Dang, dude, those are some fire glasses.
Let me see your hat. What hat you got on?
Yeah, let me see your hat.
Okay,
Ooh, clean too.
I like the throwback. I like the throwback.
Hey, Steven, I just want to say that was a great convo with Donno, bro. I loved it, man.
I appreciate that.
Man. That was awesome.
I love it. I want to have him on more often. But
Stephen D just dropping the heat with the guests all the time.
Andreas, what's going on? Andreas, I think me and you on the same level about Flores right now, bro.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I've never seen a quarter guy ever made the playoffs.
Y'all do realize that Flo deserve to tell these guys off because they don't know what they're doing. Y'all do realize that, right? Y'all do realize that he brought defense and a identity to this team at least. And y'all do realize that we don't have nobody in place right now that's better than him.
Okay,
so
listen,
if you look at,
all right, go ahead, Andrevius. Go ahead, Andrevius.
Listen, we like to do years in ahead bets here. You want to bet he gets another head coaching job and fails there and ends up right back in New England as an assistant again? You want to make a bet on it right now? Because I bet that's what's going to happen.
You do know any bet that's made on my channel, I get a percentage of as a donation.
You better be.
You've been locked up before. What you know about those house rules like that?
He's gonna fail again.
Flo got stuck with a sorry ass quarterback, bro. That's all there is to it, bro.
He wanted to draft Jordan Love at 5. But yet Flores wanted to draft Jordan Love at 5. Get the heck out of here.
Bro, I better not.
No, Kristalakis, it's a win-win situation. So if Estefan wins, I get a. Andrevius wins, I get some.
Let me drop some real knowledge about Flo, where Flo messed up that nobody even talks about. I'll tell you where he messed up. His first year, when they won those sentimental games that nobody's even talking about, and he's getting criticized for it, he's actually getting criticized for his overall record. If he would have just tanked the season and got Burrow, we wouldn't even be in this situation right now, bro. Because Burrow was the best quarterback coming out of college. Point blank, period. He was better. Even if Tua wouldn't have got injured, Burrow still was going to bury his ass with his play on the field. He was playing way better than.
All right, hold on, real quick. So, Cap for Life. Hold on, I'm gonna let Cap for Life just saying. This morning on Tobin and Leroy. Shout out to Tobin and Leroy, great guys. Harbaugh out here buying property in South Florida.
I said it. I said the Harbaugh thing is not over. It was just a.
Oh no, bro. That
Steven Ross said he couldn't he wasn't pursuing Jim Harbaugh because he had to respect the Rooney Rule. That's the only reason.
Steven,
that's the only reason.
I gotta get to work here in a second, so I just want to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
First of all, man, I'm excited about what we got cooking, man, and we need to hash out those details this afternoon.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Chris, the Finns Tailgate, they're gonna be doing some shows on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. A couple nights a week. So be on the lookout for some new content on our channel. Looking like to be Wednesday nights and Friday nights.
That's right. Yep. We're gonna mix it up with some of the boys from the shows and stuff like that. There'll be a little bit of a surprise kind of thing. I'll drop in on Fridays and give you guys a little teaser for the Friday.
One of them will be a sports gambling show. So
that's exactly right.
That's exactly right. Friday night, man.
We will be venturing into the insane world of sports gambling. You guys ain't seen arguments till you talk about arguing a little bit of money, bro. Holy cow.
That's when it gets serious.
I knew for a long time we needed to do it, but you guys know I don't gamble, so
that's all right, brother.
Chris is a guy who does great content over on his channel, and it just kind of worked out. I think it worked out. So,
in this, not to get off topic of everything real quick, but in this short time of me doing it, the community, which listen, bro, I've said it before. I expected nothing less from Dolphins fans. Yep. If you are a fan of this team, you're a hardened individual, but you're a forgiving one, because there's no way you would be a fan of this team over the years and not be like a forgiving and an accepting, nice kind of person. So I knew when I came out here and showed everybody who I was, I hoped to meet guys and get connected. And Steven and I just hit it off, man. I think we're going to do some great things together. And it's all about giving good content to everybody and stuff like that. And Steven, I can't wait to go over and flesh out some of the ideas. I did talk to my guy about some of that stuff for graphics and stuff. So we're gonna work some shit out. Oh, sorry, I like it. On the swear jar. But I just want to say something before I head out, guys. I for all of you guys that do know me and do see me and do watch, as you can tell, we have a good time. It's a tailgate party. But I got a business perspective and a little bit of a political perspective. And for a while, Flo has been, king whatever. And when I hear about what Estefan said, where he didn't tank those 5 games, really right there, I should have been more perceptive, because that I should have seen the ego of a guy that thought, I don't care, I'll win 5 games rather than go get the number 1 quarterback because I don't need it. I'm just saying that's how my brain works. But I'm just wondering, when did this relationship spoil between Chris Grier and Flores? Because I'm also wondering, because I can only judge what this team has done in the past, with hiring and firing. Did Chris Grier do the same Jeff Ireland trick where he dangled the Harbaugh carrot in front of his face because Flores was getting too much political power in the locker room? I'm just wondering, guys, because if Harbaugh don't come here and I don't see some plan made in place, then I gotta wonder to what some people are saying about how Ross fired Flores because there was some real bad stuff that happened there at the end, and we've heard some real big rumors.
The rumors are starting to come out, right? Like
they really are.
Have you read Barry Jackson's report?
It's good. The Barry Jackson one's good.
I was asking Chris, did you read it?
I've skimmed through it very lightly, man. You have no idea how many plates I'm spinning.
Oh, I need to read that because
Hey, Chris, let me respond. Let me respond to him real quick, Steven. Look,
I will.
Look, bro. You know where this soured, bro? It's the moment that they drafted Tua, bro. That should have never happened.
No,
they should have not drafted Tua.
Estefan.
Plain and simple, bro. They started off on a bad foot, bro.
So who
I'm
were they
telling
going
you,
to draft as the Bengal? Who were they going to draft as the Bengal?
He said Esteban.
Apparently,
y'all didn't know there's alterations being made to it, and D Noodle over here are changing their ones to noodles, bro.
Let me try to bring on Crypto.
Anyways, bro, I don't entertain this. What?
Crypto, what's up, Crypto?
Hey, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Crypto. Sorry for
what's up, Crypto.
Hey, y'all, what's going on? What's going on, Andrevis? Hey, I'm gonna say it right now. My biggest suspicion: they're gonna hire Vance Joseph from the Cardinals, and they're gonna get Deshaun Watson, and they're gonna have bare minimum upgrade on the offensive line. So we're gonna get a chance.
Crypto, let me ask you a question. Why do you think there'll be bare minimum on the upgrade of line? Because, and I asked that because we got $72 million.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're only gonna spend $30 million of that on linemen. That's about it. That's the most.
Yeah, but even if they spend $30 million, that's still 2 starting offensive linemen.
Hell, they might just spend it on one guy. I don't know.
Technically, Steven, in my opinion,
that's going to be enough to protect Watson's blind side. I'm thinking they're going to be just enough to protect Watson's blind side.
I'm not gonna say you wrong, but if they do that, that's just retarded. I am not a Flo defender, but I wouldn't fire Flo to go hire discount Flo.
Oh my God. Alex, I disagree on a lot of your takes, bro.
Hold on.
That's so
Vance Joseph is literally just discount Flo. He's just a great value Flo.
Look at this, guys. Look at this.
And that's so like the Dolphins, so they can prove. They're going to try to prove to you they can win with a
Rams are signing Eric Weddle out of retirement. Rams are signing Eric Weddle out of retirement.
They must be desperate.
They must be really desperate right now.
Hey, Travis.
That's sad, bro.
Hey, Alex. You know your take, real quick, Steven. Alex had a take yesterday on. I would like that as well, bro.
That's the thing.
You're breaking up
the way, man.
The Spurs. He got the Spurs internet.
He got that San Antonio internet.
Oh, speaking of Spurs, the Knicks beat the Spurs the other night.
Steven, when we gonna impose the Flores talk embargo? When is that? Because everybody love Flores. I'm gonna start acting like Flores.
I can't do it.
Steven, I'm gonna start acting like Flores. Why are we speaking on somebody that's not on the team? I'm gonna say what Flores says. Why are we speaking on somebody that's not in this organization?
I can't do it.
Hey, all right, so my headset messed up, but no, Alex, I was gonna say, bro, I actually agree with you on Boyer, bro. I would like them to bring Boyer back at least so that our defense can remain, and while they figure out that offense, bro. I'll be honest, bro. I really am hearing that Tua's gone. They're going to get rid of him. I'm not trolling, bro. I'm hearing that they don't like him. Nobody, bro. Players, coaches, The all front office.
Who is
Stephen Ross.
Tua. They ain't saying that none of the players like Tua and none of the coaches.
I look.
Hold on. I don't know what the contingency plan is, and I don't know if we're getting Watson, bro. But the fact that they let Flo's going to New York, bro. I'm just saying. I think New York's going to try to get Watson. I don't know what the.
Estefan, you're breaking up really, really bad, bro. Like it doesn't. You need to go out and come back in, Estefan.
Hey, Steven, what's up with all these Flores people who are not addressing that he didn't want Deshaun Watson? All you Watson lovers. All you Watson lovers who was this and that, but Flores didn't want him.
No, man, you sound bad,
that Deshaun Watson wanted to come in because of Flo. They tried to perpetuate the nightlife lifestyle, which was easily debunked because he can go anywhere in the country and live a nightlife. And because he got more money than God, he can go anywhere and live with the nightlife. So that's easily debunked. And they ain't say nothing about him going with because of Flo and all this nonsense. Now all of a sudden it's coming out that he liked Flo. All of a sudden is the reason why he wanted to come to Miami. That's a bunch of malarkey.
Bullshit.
But I'm never going to buy that.
Nah, I want to hear the Watsoneers' opinion on Flores not wanting Watson.
Andreas just froze, bro.
You have anything to say,
Look at Andreas, bro. Hey, look at Andreas, man.
Andreas, are you frozen?
He frozen.
Andreas is frozen in time, bro.
Oh,
Alexander.
Estebango left. I want to hear his opinion as a Watson.
Estefan, you there?
Hey, I'm here, D Noodle. Hey, I'm here, D Noodle. Hey, Steven, don't be disrespecting. Don't be disrespecting Game One with D Noodle, bro.
Hey, but I gotta take on Greer. I have a take on Greer. Here's the thing. You know, we all agree that Greer's going to be in the hot seat next season, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So now here's the thing. You have two other guys that are possibly in play for the next GM if Greer is gone.
Correct.
You have Reggie McKenzie and you have I think Allen.
Bruce Allen.
Yeah, Bruce Allen. Exactly.
I forget.
Yeah, one of them Allens. But if Ross decides to go in another direction next year after Greer, if Greer doesn't have if they don't win the East or get into the playoffs this year, I think Greer's gone, honestly. But they could bring in a guy like Reggie McKenzie and still continue to build the team where they want to be. You know, because I think Reggie McKenzie is a very good GM myself because of what he did in Oakland. You know, he found guys like Derek Carr, Khalil Mack. He built up that Vegas team to what it is right now. You know, as playoff contenders and possibly Super Bowl contenders. He can find a franchise guy. So I'm not really too worried about the
Marvin
future of
Allen.
this team. Marvin Allen. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about the future of this team because I think
somebody's getting bad feedback. I think it's crypto.
My mic is off.
Yeah, that was not me. I did not.
That was not me. Yeah, that's crypto.
I hear myself in the background.
Hey, Steven, I'm confused here, Steven, because the Watsoneers, they always bash Greer, but Greer and Ross were the ones to go after Watson. Where's why are their story changing, Steven? Why are they quiet?
I mean, look, I think
everything that came out, Steven, they've been wrong about. Flores didn't want Herbert. They've been pushing that narrative for months. The Watsoneers, the two haters. That's wrong.
He already said it.
Flores didn't want Watson.
No,
go ahead.
No, the owner said it yesterday in his press conference. He said not going after Watson again. Keyword was again, which means he went after him before. He answered strictly no to the question. If he wasn't ever going after him before, he would have said, first of all, I never was going after him, and I'm not going after him. I'm not going after him no more.
Now, Crypto, let me tell you why. Crypto, they hold on one. Crypto, they've never been.
If you never,
I'm putting you on mute real quick, Crypto, just because I'm getting bad feedback from you. They have never been in the history of them be that specific in their answers. Ever.
They have.
Go ahead.
They just
No, they haven't.
No. I'm talking the question was again, and he said no, which means he's answering yes to the latter. If I was Steven, if I was to ask you, are you beating your wife again? What is your response? Are you just gonna say no? Or you gonna say I never beat her before?
Well, first of all, I'm married to a black woman, so I ain't never in my life raised my hand or my voice to my woman. Ever. Let's just get that straight.
Okay, you gonna say I never beat her before? You were first in the bud at the beginning. If it never happened before, you won't just answer no. What I mean, people would have beat her before.
But Crypto, when have the Dolphins ever been that specific? They haven't been. They're always very to no play on words here with you. They've been very cryptic in their answers.
Hey, Steven, why is Watson here quiet, bro? Where's all the Watson ears at?
That was a direct question. It was a yes or no.
But all right, somebody answer me this. Does somebody else agree with me that the Dolphins have never been specific in their answers? They've always beat around the bush.
That's irrelevant. That was a direct question, and he answered it.
But when Flores was asked directly about Watson this entire season or Greer, they never once really shut down the rumors. They never shut it down at all. Yeah. They never put a rest to it because they
were outright asked. They were outright
asked. Yeah, exactly. They were asked, "Are you going to go after Watson? Are you going to try to trade him?" And they immediately said, "Tua's our quarterback." I'm not going to get into that right now. Tua's our quarterback. That's all they said. They never really came out and said, this whole thing could have been put to rest, but they never put it to rest at all. And the same with Ross. Ross could have easily put this to rest, put this to bed as well.
Why would they if it's true? Why would they if it's true?
But I don't.
Yeah, Alexander, you're right.
I don't get people's point when they bring that up. Like, what difference does it make?
What are you arguing about right now?
He would not be a Dolphin. Watson will not be a Dolphin at all because
all these Watson ears are hurt right now.
I don't think Greer's gonna kill the future for one guy when there's so many holes that need to be filled with this team. There's so many holes that need to be filled with this team, and free agency is not going to take care of it overnight. I'm sorry, it's not.
There's a lot of teams that had 2-year successes and built through free agency, and all of a sudden.
I mean, the Patriots this past offseason, they spend. This is the first time I've ever seen the Patriots spend this much money in the free agency. With Matthew Judon, Hunter Henry, John Smith.
I need to step away for a minute. You're in charge.
I don't even know what the topic is right now.
The topic is Watson coming to Miami, and also free agency spending money.
And why is all the people that wanted Chris Greer gone not saying anything?
Options with Tua or Watson. So that narrative that they're not going to have money to spend. They're going to still have $74 million to spend even with Watson. So that narrative is completely debunked that they're not going to have money to spend.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you can't build a team through free agency. I'm sorry. You cannot build a Super Bowl contender through free agency.
Oh, really?
You can't.
Well, look at the Rams. Look at the Rams, bro.
And look what happened. They haven't even won a Super Bowl.
Bro, they've been consistent. They've been consistent in the playoffs year after year. Year after year, they're in the playoffs, bro.
No, I think at this point we should build the remainder.
Okay, I'll give you a better one. You can't do it in free agency. Look at the Bucks, bro. The Super Bowl champions. You can't do it in free agency.
Most of their team was built through the draft.
No, it wasn't.
Most of it. Mike Evans was a draft.
Bro, Fournette, Tom Brady, Gronkowski. Come on, bro.
All pickups in free agency. Key staples of the offense. That's nonsense that they could put through the draft. That was nonsense. You could build through bulk and chew gum at the same time.
And the main upgrade was the quarterback position. They got an elite quarterback, bro. That's what the Dolphins were trying to do, bro.
Yeah, but Flores didn't want it as the Bengals.
So now they're not trying to get Deshaun Watson anymore? Is that what we're saying?
No,
and they're confused right now, bro. They're confused.
They might not end up with Deshaun Watson.
What's with the sack?
They're still going after Watson, bro. But there's going to be competition now that they let Flo go. But Watson still likes the area. He still likes the area. He still likes Miami. That still bodes well. He still got that relationship with Marino. So, by the way, That's why he has a no trade clause. That's why he has a no trade clause because Marino told him to put it in there. So there's still some stuff that looks positive if we're going to get Watson. The only thing is they're going to have to bring in a head coach that Watson wants. So that's where we're at.
Why do y'all all believe Flo was like the breaking point for Watson? I don't get where that is.
Ask that question again. No, hold on. Andrevius, ask that question again.
Why do we have this narrative that like Flo was like the main point for getting Watson? Like, who the hell is Flo? Like, do they even have a relationship? Do they even have a relationship? Do Watson and Flo even know each other?
Okay, so what came out was
Watson likes Flores. That was the whole thing. Watson
but now they're saying Flo didn't even like Watson. So which one is it? You can't say it.
But
you
they
can't
were saying that he did not want Watson.
Originally, that was one of the perks for Watson, not Flo. Watson was the one that liked the office, bro. Like the fact that Greer's a Jew. I'm sorry, Ross is a Jew. Greer's black. Flo's black. That's what appealed to Watson. But that's not the end all be all. That's where everybody's getting it wrong. But what came out from Florio and Rich Eisen, which I told Steven about yesterday, bro, that's where the Flo didn't want Watson came from. I'm the one that was telling y'all about that yesterday.
So Watson wanted to date Flo, but Flo said no.
Pretty much.
Want to take him to
Ross told you in his interview that there was a disagreement, bro.
Season, Omar Kelly
that's exactly why Chris Greer. That's exactly why Ross went behind the back on trade deadline.
Flores was the driving force to get Watson to Miami. Omar Kelly was reporting this the entire season, and it wasn't just Omar Kelly that was reporting that. It was several.
It was Ross, man.
Down here.
It was Ross, bro.
It was Ross that wanted Deshaun.
In his statement yesterday,
I don't know who it is, but I think if Deshaun Watson wants to come to Miami so bad, he's gonna get over the fact that we fired Flo.
I agree.
Exactly. Flo ain't proved nothing. It ain't got nothing to do with him.
And how do we know? And hardly anybody on the offensive side of the ball likes Flo. What makes you think that Deshaun Watson once being here is gonna like Flo?
Somebody got feedback.
That narrative's instantly debunked. That Flo is the linchpin.
Crypto, you got bad feedback, bro. Feedback. Yeah, it's Crypto.
Turn your mic volume down, Crypto.
You know, it's just a headache. You know, going on Twitter, watching these beat writers report this, report that. It's like a freaking headache. Like, come on, man, just move on from this already. Move on. Find it.
All the tea has to be spilled.
We can't move on. We can't move on. We just fired Don Shula. You can't move on.
You can't move on from Watson, bro. You gotta at least try.
You can't move over from
I'm
Flo.
not talking about Watson. I'm not talking about that.
Okay, move on from what, bro? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just talking about, move on, find the next coach. Flo's gone.
I agree, bro. I agree. They should have, if they knew what they were doing, which shows that the clear indication that shows they don't know what the hell they're doing is the fact that we don't have a head coach in place already.
Let me see MCJB.
I think you know what they're doing.
No. They don't know what they're doing.
I like it.
For them to have
Esther Bengal is talking in circles right now, everybody. He's talking in circles right now, Esther Bengal.
All right, be quiet, D. Listen, bro.
He's talking in circles.
This is a clear indicator they don't know what they're doing, bro. The fact that they don't have a coach in place right now, ready to go, somebody to hire, that tells you everything, bro.
That's the thing. You can't.
So why wouldn't
you
want to do your due diligence and have your interview?
You have to go through your interview. You have to go through the due process. Like, come on. You expect them to hire a coach tomorrow? It's not going to happen.
It needs to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Bro, it needs to happen soon. If you have a vision and you know what you're doing, you have that guy ready to go, bro. You don't do it like this.
Hey,
bro, I'm not disagreeing with none of y'all. Actually, I agree with y'all.
Already have a coach in hand after firing them Monday.
So the fan base is willing. We're in limbo, bro. We're in limbo. That's where they left the fan base, bro. Nobody knows what the hell's going to happen now.
No, Flores left this
Now that I
team.
agree with
Most
you,
of the
nobody
coaches that get fired leave this team in shambles. I at least give Flores his team is not in shambles.
I
Okay.
agree. This team is not as bad as anybody thinks.
And hold
it
on,
is.
I'm gonna do you one
You
better.
know-
I'm gonna do you one better. Okay. Number one, the reason why they have to interview a certain amount of people. They're required to.
Yes.
Because of the Rooney Rule and whatever. So it's not like they can come out and say
I
we already have somebody
get the
picked.
Rooney Rule. Besides that, bro,
All right, hold on.
you got to have somebody ready to go.
They have to say that they had a thorough out, long coaching search.
Listen, they got somebody in mind. I'm telling you, they got somebody.
Bro, you know
I think
how
they do,
You can't
Andreas.
say it. You
do y'all
can't,
realize
you can't
how
say you got somebody in mind
ridiculous
without doing your
Esteban
due
sounds?
diligence.
Get ready for your hearts to be broken.
I think it's Kellen Moore, bro. I'll be honest. I think it's Kellen Moore, bro. If Watson really wants to run an explosive offense, bro, you go get Kellen Moore, the young guy.
Estefan, stop talking about
Warrior,
Watson
bro.
for once. Stop talking about Watson, bro.
I
love you, bro. You're awesome.
That brought him up.
Bro, Esteban
love
don't know
you.
anything
You're
else to
awesome.
talk about, bro.
Y'all
You
the
don't
ones
know
that
what else to
brought
talk
him
about.
up,
Watson.
including D Noodle over here.
I love
Like,
you, bro. You're
Esteban only
awesome,
talk
bro.
about
But
Watson.
let's forget Watson for a second and worry about hiring a coach first before we worry about that.
Bro, y'all the ones that were talking about Watson. What are y'all talking about? I'm just
cut the Watson talk off.
answering this question.
And you've been wrong for the last couple of months.
Get a head
So how you feel now,
We
Esteban?
won't know the status of them getting Watson until we get a new head coach.
I think we're going to get Harbaugh.
That's true. Listen. All I know is that at the end of the day, I'm down for whatever coach they get. I'm okay with what. I may not agree with it, but I'm okay with it. Now, here's the thing: I want Doug Peterson. I really want Doug
I want
Peterson.
him too.
If
Doug
Doug Peterson
Peterson's
comes,
my main one.
That's
if Doug Peterson comes to Miami, that has Marino's fingerprints all over it.
I'm okay with Doug Peterson as long as he doesn't want to continue an investment with Tua, bro. I don't want anybody that has anything to do with Tua. They need to move on from that guy.
Estefan, I disagree because let me tell you something. If Doug Peterson gets hired,
That's possible.
Tua is going to be the quarterback going forward.
Be ready to get your heart broken too, because they might do that because it be so
Alex,
awful.
let me first rebuttal.
Hey, what's up, Epps?
First of all, I want to talk to because D1's sitting here saying, "Where's all the Watsoneers?" S is getting attacked. D1, where were you yesterday, bro?
He ain't got shit, man. He's
Why
just
you ain't show up yesterday, bro? You
D-Noodle-
called me out. Why you ain't show up?
So I got to show up every day. Bro, what's yesterday? I would have said the same
Yesterday,
stuff
2 years were
yesterday.
hiding, bro. 2 years were hiding. So now you're going
How are
Watsoneers out.
2 years? Hold on. How are 2 years hiding when 2 years got what they wanted? Flores got
Where were you
fired.
yesterday, bro? Don't
So I
call
need
us
to
out when you hiding, bro.
It's
Don't
not
call
my
us out
fault.
when
You
you
have
hiding, bro.
degenerates don't have to go to work at 9 o'clock.
Hey, don't call us out when you hiding, bro. Peace.
5 weeks because
1, 2, 3. I got a
What's
question.
going on here now?
D Noodle.
1, 2, 3. I got a question for you.
I'm about to brew some more tea. Ooh.
All right, I muted everybody, Andrevius. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
I was just saying I'm going to brew some more tea because this is getting good, guys.
Oh, you wanted me to mute everybody for that? That's
No,
funny.
let me rebuttal Alex now. Let me shut down Alex real quick. Alex,
Hey, I
you're
got
talking
1, 2,
about a
3.
Somebody in
GM
Philly.
that's going to help the Dolphins 2 years from now? All right, I'm done with you, bro. I'm going to let Esther finish y'all off.
What are you talking? I said that if
That's the Bengals?
Epps, all I said was
You're talking about a GM that would be good for the Dolphins 2 years from now. You're thinking 2 years from now, Alex. I don't even want to be on your thinking level, bro. You're not thinking about winning, bud.
Hey, I just said that we all know.
Hey,
It don't matter. They all gonna be replaced in 4 years anyway. It's the Dolphins Olympics. Every 4 years we do a rebuild, so it's irrelevant.
Hey, if you call for
Both
the
sides'
devil,
arguments
if you
is
call for the
irrelevant.
devil, he may appear, bud.
So you're a
Both sides'
Watsoneer?
argument is irrelevant
You're a
because they're
devil
going to rebuild in 4
worshiper?
years.
Let me explain my situation. Let me explain what
I
I
just
said.
let you explain. I heard you, bro.
Here's
I heard you. I know English.
Greer's going to be in the hot seat.
Maybe you can say it to me in Spanish because I'm bilingual. I know Spanish.
I can't hear anybody.
I said Greer's going to be in the hot seat going into this season.
Why is he going to be in the hot
Okay.
seat? Because we're going to lose, Alex? Is that what you're saying?
Greer is going to be in the hot seat.
So we're going to
this
lose
coming
next
season.
year. That's what you're saying, right?
If
Get it out,
Dolphins
Junior.
do not
I'm right here.
All right.
Oh my God!
Hey,
I'm done with him.
I think both sides are going to be wrong because
we
they're
all
going to
know
rebuild in
Greer-
4 years
Greer's
anyways
gone.
because
You have
it's the
McKenzie and you
Donno.
got Allen.
You got McKenzie, you got
My
Allen. I
voice-
heard all that from Big O. And let me tell you another.
Hold on, Crypto. Go ahead and say what you were saying, Crypto.
I'm saying
Crypto, go
both
ahead.
sides are going to be. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, both sides are going to be thoroughly embarrassed because in 4 years we're going to be doing this song and dance again. It's the
Oh,
Dolphins.
yeah,
We're not.
absolutely.
We're not.
God forbid.
I don't. Can I talk? Do you see what I? Do you see what my name
I
is?
hope not, but I hope
Ross
not.
is a
Look,
pause. Ross
Every
is
4
exactly.
years we're going to be doing this.
Steve, we're not doing this again. This is the
Oh,
last time.
we're in
I
a
don't
rebuild.
No, we're not.
Yes,
Listen,
we are, Pete.
We're doing this
listen.
again.
I know.
Yes,
I
we
know.
are.
I'm
Listen
still
to
getting
me.
my voice
Every 4
back
Listen to
years,
me.
from
Pete.
Sunday. My
I
voice
could
is
bash.
my voice is barely here from Sunday.
Yeah, but
I'm
listen to
still
me.
in.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The Miami Dolphins dynasty is going to start next season. There's no more rebuild. Now, I could agree with a culture change. There might be a different personality coming around the building, but at
I'm
the
trying
end
to
of the
win that
day,
myself.
I
What
think it's
MC
going
doing?
to favor us from a dog head
Can I
coach
also?
like Brian Flores. Brian Flores was dog. Let's be honest here.
Yes, he
You know,
was. And Pete,
you
can
know.
I also debunk something D1 said? He's talking about,
I
Brian
know,
Flores
right,
didn't
Steve?
want
I get it.
he didn't want Justin Herbert. He wanted Jordan Love. Where'd you hear that on the Big O show? Because let me tell you something, D1. If you didn't hear it out of somebody's mouth, you shouldn't believe it, bud.
Big O
Because let me
didn't
tell you
have that
something.
take.
That'll get you in a
Epps.
lot of trouble, my friend.
Go ahead, Finn's
Big
fire.
O didn't have.
Ask the
Big,
question. I'll answer it.
You didn't hear that out of Flores' mouth. Come on, bro.
Hey, just so you know,
No, Big
everybody.
making up
Hold
stuff.
on, hold on.
Didn't have that take
I
either.
mean, to be fair, Epps, to be fair, we don't hear anything out of Flores' mouth.
Hey,
That's
and
true.
real quick,
Because Flores doesn't say anything.
everybody, real quick, give a big shout out to Finn's Fire 911. This is the firehouse in Florida. It's a
Hey,
whole
Big
bunch of.
911, shout out to you, boy.
Big O said it, and now
fellas?
D1's repeating it.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, shout out to the firehouse. You guys are gonna have to put out a lot of Tua jerseys being burned soon. So get a lot of the
Nah, I
Tua
just
jerseys
wanna
are gonna
know,
be on fire.
Hold on,
I just
hold
want
on.
to know
I
the
got-
source
I got-
of D1's where we're going to draft
here's the
Jordan
thing.
Love. Where's the
No,
source,
Pete,
D1?
they're
I
not
want
going
to
to
know.
get burned.
Everybody in this
Can you
panel.
please
I
tell me
would
the
bet
source,
you
D1?
more Tua jerseys will be
Listen to
bought
this.
if we get rid of Tua. I would say they're going to be bought.
D1, where's the source if we wanted Jordan Love? Where'd you get that source?
AP, they're going to be bought. They're going to be
Exactly,
buying
now.
Crickets, man.
Anytime
Crickets.
you
I'm
hear,
gonna cool the fire right now. I'm gonna cool
anytime
the
you
fire.
hear that take, Epps, anytime you hear that take,
Estefan,
and
everybody in this panel.
you hear Rolodex come out of their mouth, bro, their little big
Yeah, it's
eyes, bro.
crickets, man. It's
Their
crickets,
little
bro.
big
You don't want to tell me.
eyes, bro.
D1 don't
They-
want to tell
they
me where he
probably
got that
big
source.
head.
We're going to all of a sudden draft Jordan Love? Like, get out of here, man. He wasn't
Oh,
even.
hell no.
Are you
I
kidding
actually
me, dude?
wanted Jordan.
Where'd you get that
My
information,
opinion.
man?
No, Jordan
A
Love.
cracker
That's
jack
Jordan
box?
Love.
I wanted Jordan
Epps,
Love.
why are you
I
so
wanted
hostile,
Jordan Love at the
Epps?
beginning.
Epps,
At the beginning.
calm
Epps, you got to
down.
realize Jordan Love was a stud.
Epps.
You know
Steven, you gotta understand, bro. We don't have a head coach. We don't have a leader. We're wilding out. We need a head coach to control us.
I see that.
Steven, hold on. I want to bring something. I want
Pete,
to
we don't need
bring
no
something to this
damn
panel
head
right
coach.
now.
Stop
I'm
it.
going to cool the fire. Let me ask you this: are we all Dolphin fans? Yes or no?
This is for
Hell
Finn's Fire
yeah.
911.
Hell
Finn's
no.
Fire.
Hell
Okay.
no.
Finn's Fire.
Absolutely
Fins
not.
for life,
Hell
baby.
not.
At the
We
end
could
of the
be the
day,
coach.
Finn's
at
Fire.
the end of the day, we all want the Dolphins to succeed.
I am not a Dolphins
Please,
fan.
please, guys, let's hear one another. Please, let's stop shouting over one another. I want to hear.
We all want them. We all want them to succeed. Yes or no?
No.
Of course.
It's the dynasty
so
begins.
So let's just have a
What
cool,
dynasty
calm
you talking
argument here.
We'll say
A
I'm
cool,
walk off.
calm take here.
Alex wants him
You
to
know?
succeed in 2 years.
Alex,
I never said that, Epps. I never said that,
that
Epps.
can
Oh my
happen.
God.
That can happen, but you and D Noodle, y'all
I
need to take
spent
out
$7,000,
bro.
Go re-listen to what you said, Alex, because I was listening, bud.
Wildin'.
I spent $7,000 on tickets.
All right,
I spent
everybody,
$7,000 on my
everybody,
season
put yourselves
tickets.
on mute real
Who is
quick.
D Noodle?
Everybody, real quick, put yourselves on mute because I'm bringing in
D
the
Noodle,
firehouse.
my chosen one.
Hold on, I'm bringing in the firehouse real quick. MCJB, I'm gonna bring you back, bro. I'll bring you right back. All right, stay on. Fire, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing great, man. I got feedback in your thing. I can hear myself.
How do I change? How do I fix that?
All right, let me
Close out the YouTube back on the back.
Close out the YouTube in the back.
Close out the YouTube in the back. Oh,
Now
okay.
you're loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, that was ESPN. I was waiting to see what's going to pop on there. I just got a question and a thought for you guys on the panel. I listen to you guys all the time.
Well, tell the people where you're from in the firehouse.
We're from Riviera Beach Fire Department up there. We're near like West Palm Beach.
I know Riviera Beach is nice.
Round of applause for the panel.
I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Blue Heron, stop those grounds.
Yeah, Blue Heron Boulevard, right by the VA. Yeah. Right by the VA for all you veterans that know about the VA hospital.
Yeah, I know all about that.
We're in the same.
I know all about that.
Yeah, we're right in the same property. Actually, they built our station. Quick question. I was just wondering. I know back a while ago, we hear rumors about how Watson was down here hanging out, and he was hanging out with all the players on the team, and he was supposed to be coming here, and he was having lunch and stuff with all these guys. You think maybe possibly that he sat down with a lot of these guys from the team that he knows, and he said to them, he goes, look, I want to come down there, but I can't work with Flo. He hears all the different stuff, the rumors about how he treats each other, and this whole plan is put together by him and Ross to get rid of him, to get rid of Flores, to allow him to come down, pick the guys he wants, pick the OCs, whatever that he wants to work with. You think that's a possibility? I was just wondering that. And
that's what 100% guys like Estefan and me are saying. It just feels like that's what's gonna happen.
One at a time, guys.
He could be behind the strings and pushing him out. It could have been.
Like, okay, let's break this down. Let me talk for a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
We just got rid of a good coach, in our opinion, right? Coach Flores. Based on what the media says, everybody's saying, we should have never got rid of him. How are we going to make up for this? Do you guys think those 5 head coach candidates that we're interviewing right now are it? None of those have the firepower like Flores. Not no Kellen Moore. None of those first-year head coaches. It's going to take a big, huge shake-up to shake us back in.
I don't like cutting people off. But what firepower did he have? He couldn't even build a staff.
But what do you mean he couldn't build a staff? That's what every coach every year does. They switch things up to try to get better, and where they feel they weren't good, they have to switch it up. But you can't say he didn't build a staff when under Flores last year, under Flores and Gailey last year, he put up the most points for a Dolphins, points per game, in the last how many years? So how are we going to continue this narrative to push Flores to look bad just to make the other guy look good?
With a journeyman quarterback.
All right, hold on, Epps. Go ahead, D1.
What I was saying is, I'm sorry. What Flores did for the offense is criminal. I've said this in other streams. Since Tannehill has been here, we only have 2 holdovers on the defense, and that's Baker and Xavier. But on the offensive side of the ball, since Tannehill's been here, there were 7 people still here when Tannehill played. So apparently, we focus more on the turnover of the defense than on the offense. That's a problem.
All bums.
Look, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
I was going to say something.
And Dravius Flo is going to the Hall of Fame.
Hold on. Vince,
Wait, what?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
Did you have something
I have one other thing to say, and I was just
Flo is going to the Hall of Fame, and Dravius. Stop it.
I'm trying to think what my point was. Oh yeah, and I was also thinking that there's no reason why, I just can't wrap my mind around it. Why what's the receiver? Will Fuller did not play but one game, and is it possible that he faked it? It's just a ring. Is it possible? Because you could tape your finger up and catch a ball. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I've seen guys play with worse. Now, is it possible that Fuller might have faked all this whole thing so he can stay healthy for when Watson comes back in? He's part of the plan.
Can I please answer that, Steven? Because I listened to Pete and Esther yesterday.
Go ahead.
I actually thought of. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Epps. Yep, go ahead, Epps.
I actually thought about this, and Pete is right. What would make Stephen Ross come out of his hole and come to a press conference when he never does that and fire Flores immediately? The only thing that I can think is Pete and Esther might be right. Deshaun Watson has put this all in motion. And remember, Will Fuller and Deshaun Watson are very good friends. Will Fuller did not play a snap for this team this year. That's very odd. So yes, it's a very big possibility that Deshaun Watson pushed Brian Flores out of here, and this is what's happening in motion right now. It's a very big possibility.
Listen, fire. When everything goes down, and by the end of the next 2 months, go ahead, Estefan.
Yeah. Look, Finch Fire, bro. I brought it up yesterday on Steven's show, bro, that everybody missed it because we're all listening to the stuff that's coming out from people that have actual sources. Rich Eisen is highly respected, bro. Florio got interviewed on Rich Eisen's show, and a lot of the stuff that you're asking about, there's answers to that in that interview, bro. He straight up said out of his mouth that Flores did not want Watson. The whole time, bro, I like Flo. But if you're trying to upgrade the quarterback position and Flo ain't on board, bro, and that's what they want, Flo has to go. That's the only thing that makes sense, because a lot of this, the fact that Flo even got fired, bro, has a lot of the fan base puzzled. So you're on to something, Finch Fire. And the other thing that you mentioned, when you mentioned Fuller, bro, a lot of these Dolphin fans that don't want to accept it, bro, a lot of this has been in the works, bro. There's so much breadcrumb trails with the flirtation of Watson, bro. Look at this roster: Duke, Johnson, Fuller, bro. What's the center's name? The center as well. We got linebackers on this team. There are multiple players that have played with Watson, bro. And I'm telling you, man.
And let me tell you another thing, man.
They've been filling in Watson on what's going on. And Watson, when he talked with Greer at last time when they tried to trade for him, when Ross flew to Houston and talked to Watson, I'm telling you, man, they probably had a discussion about Flores a long time ago, bro.
Guess what? Who didn't make the
Houston
team
players,
as a
it's not a
linebacker
coincidence.
from Houston, who we all thought 100% was going to make the team?
Bernard McKinney.
Guess where he played with in Houston with Deshaun Watson, and he probably has.
But yeah, do we forget why Bernard McKinney didn't stay here? Him and Flo had beef.
I just said that. That's what I
They
just said.
did.
D1.
Right, they had beef.
That's what I just
So
said.
What do you think?
I just want to
Hey,
step
that's
in and
actually a
say,
good point.
coach or
I didn't
anything
think
like
about
that.
that.
When even the
I didn't think
defense,
about
yeah,
that.
we were elite in certain categories, but we were 15
One
person
at a
pass,
time, guys.
15
One at a
person
time.
run.
What I'm saying,
So,
D1, is everything
what
is
are we
adding
really
up.
missing?
I
here?
can't hear you, D1. Can you repeat yourself, please?
I said, what are we really missing here when it comes to Flores? And certain stats defensively where we're elite in, but the defense finished average, 15 versus the run, 15 versus the pass. What are we really losing out here?
Look, at least for me, me personally, I'm just a little upset that I saw Flores was a good coach, right? You can't take that away from him, okay?
No.
Based on what he had to work with, a rebuilding squad, build it, and actually have the guys believe in you in the locker room, he did his job. You cannot take that away from Flores. Now,
the offense did not believe in Flo.
I keep saying this. If Flores is not on board with the movement of quarterback and the draft capital that they're about to send over, that's why he lost his job. It had nothing to do with him being incompetent.
I don't believe that, Pete.
Okay, I feel that. That's what I feel. And if it happens,
Let
it's
me-
crazy now. D1, it's crazy now. But if it happens in 2 months, just know that this talk that I'm bringing up is not only crazy talk. It's really what it is.
Let me drop this bomb real quick, Eb. Hey, Finch Fire, let me drop this bomb for all of y'all. John McClain said yesterday, bro, don't believe for a second that the Dolphins still aren't going to go after Watson, bro. John McClain was the guy that originally put out that before Ross flew to Houston and had that discussion with Watson when they tried to trade for him for the second time, bro. So don't believe for a second what these people are saying, bro, that they're not after, or Ross in his interview when he said that he's not chasing after Watson, bro. Oh, no. He's just playing that PR game, bro. Because we got to wait for these charges to clear as well. You got to think about that. You can't publicly state that you're after this player that potentially has charges, bro. You got to wait for that stuff to clear. So, no. Everything that Ross said was PR, bro. They're still going after Watson. Are they going to get him? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think
got a question.
That has a lot to do with the coach that they're going to bring in.
Yeah, if me and Estefan keep talking, we're just gonna keep regurgitating the same thing because me and him are on the same.
All right. Toby,
But I got a question. I got a question for the panel. Out of these 5 head coaches that were candidates that we requested to interview, Do you guys like any of them? Like, especially the first-year head coaches?
I don't.
Yes, I like all of them. They're a perfect fit. They're a
Hold
perfect
on.
fit
Just
for this
because they
team
interview them
and
does
their
not mean that they're
shenanigans.
actually going to hire them.
All right, hold on.
Just because they interview them doesn't mean they're going to hire them.
That's true.
No,
They
let's
could be
just
going
put
through
that
the
out there.
motions.
So,
but they're going to hire the
we can
least
all
of them.
agree on Caldwell, bro. I think we can all agree on Caldwell.
Okay.
Yes, no question about it.
Okay. I think that it is a smokescreen. That's what I think. I think it's a smokescreen in the sense of they are required to go after certain people, like interview a certain amount of people. And I also think, to D1's, I think D1 said it here a little bit ago, that we're going to be stuck in the same position 4 years from now, right?
That was Crypto.
So, Crypto said that.
Yeah, don't give D Noodle the credit.
Let me ask you. All right, so looking at who's that offensive coordinator in San Francisco? What's his name? McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel.
There's no way he should be a coaching candidate right now. But the reason that we interviewed him is to see what his thing is like. Maybe I'm telling you, they're doing research. They're doing research. They're doing research 4 years from now, which sucks.
Same as Pep Hamilton,
but that's
bro.
the reality.
Same as Pep Hamilton.
Joseph, who sucked in Denver.
And what I will say is, I know that sounds crazy and outrageous, but trust me, I believe that's the case. I think that they are the Brian Dable or something like that. He's probably fourth or fifth. He's fourth or fifth on their list of who they want.
Look, honestly,
I hope they don't hire him, bro.
Me neither. I'm not worried.
I don't think. Look,
that means a continued investment on Tua, bro. I don't see them doing that from every. See, there's conflicting, reports coming out right now, but the report that I heard is that they are out on Tua. Everybody's out on Tua.
Well,
Players,
you can't believe that either.
the office, coaching staff. No, that's just what I'm hearing, bro.
I know.
We'll see if it's true, bro. But that's what I'm hearing is they are
you don't
done.
Hear out of somebody's mouth, you can't
I respect the people that I'm hearing this from, and I'm telling you, bro. From what I'm hearing, Tua's done, bro. He is toast, bro. He's done.
Yeah, well, Steven, let me drop a bombshell on you. Think of what Coach Flores has done to every Houston player. Duke Johnson, he left him on the practice squad, never gave him a shot until the entire running back core got COVID. Will Fuller didn't play one snap. Why? And there was also a player who said that Brian Flores wouldn't even look at him when he walked by him in the locker room. That could be Will Fuller. I don't know. But Nardrick McKinney, everybody knew we needed him to stop the run. He didn't make the team. CJB. All friends of Deshaun Watson. Let that sit and think for a second.
Hey, bro. And also think about this, bro. When Deshaun Watson that OT overtime drive, bro, I'm
gonna give y'all a big nugget. And
Duke Johnson and Will Fuller were a part of that offense. So I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Go look at all of our players' interview asked about Coach Flores, and the only one that has their chin up, looking up high to this camera, is Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins has ties to who? And he's the only one with his chin up talking comfortably about Brian Flores' fire.
Ennis, I just hit you up on Twitter.
Deshaun Watson or no Deshaun Watson, we better not keep fucking Will Fuller. I don't care if you was waiting for Watson. If you can at least be a professional, get the fuck out of here.
That's true.
What?
Hey, look, Sean, this is the thing.
Did you guys know this about
who keeps muting
Christian
me?
Wilkins, by the way? Did you guys know this about Christian Wilkins, though? Did you guys know he broke the record? He broke the single season record for defensive tackles?
No, he was one tackle away. He was one tackle away.
Oh, he was one tackle away.
He missed it by one tackle.
Oh, okay.
All right, go ahead, Pete. I'm sorry, Pete. I was muting you because I didn't want people to talk over each other. Sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
Oh, I forgot my point right now. I was trying to say it, but I forgot it, and I started
Pete,
listening.
Don't get mad at me. I'm just trying to not have people talk over.
He was
each
trying
other.
to tell you that Tua was the GOAT. He was trying to tell you that Tua was the GOAT.
I never said
regardless.
no such words ever came out of my mouth.
That's
No
what he
such
said.
words ever came out of my mouth.
I think you were trying to
That's what he
respond
was
to me
trying to
saying
say.
you were trying to respond to me saying get rid of Will Fuller, whether we get
Guys, I
Deshaun.
want to ask all you guys a question here, and I want to go through this one by one, and I want to start with Steven. What is your dream coaching scenario? Your dream staff put together?
Can I answer that one first? And Shaw, it was about Will Fuller. Thank you for reminding me. But look, I don't have a name, but I want to see a 10-year contract. I want to see a 10-year contract type deal.
What?
Okay, it needs to be big.
Whoa.
We need a big name, a huge. We need something big, not these candidates. Go ahead.
All right, I think that somebody put yourselves on
your
mute
head
'cause I'm hearing
coach, your
feedback.
offensive coordinator, your defensive coordinator.
I think that if you're looking at it, and I think that what I want to see is I think Doug Peterson is my dream head coach, right? Because I think he's won a Super Bowl. He knows what it is to be able to put a coaching staff together. I want to see a defensive mind. I would love to see, Vance Joseph or some sort of defensive guru come back to the defense. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't mind seeing a Bill O'Brien be my offensive coordinator, right? I wouldn't mind seeing somebody who has used college quarterbacks for success and also understands the NFL. So I would love to see that. So I mean, and I don't know if Bill O'Brien's the guy. I'm just saying somebody like that. Greg Roman, I like that. Rex Ryan as DC, Greg Roman as OC. Those are good. I like those.
Remember what our number one defensive package was, the zero blitz.
My dream,
What is Rex Ryan an expert at?
is
Blitzing.
Dan Quinn as defensive
But would Rex
coordinator.
Ryan come back and play that role? That's the
Dan
problem.
Quinn as defensive coordinator, and Mike McCartney gets one and done in Dallas, and he comes to Miami. And he takes over to Deshaun Watson, West Coast offense, and we just go ahead and just, win a bunch of rings. That's my dream scenario.
I ain't gonna lie, I would love Rex Ryan as a defensive coordinator if he knows how to not act crazy with the media.
I would like to go with Caldwell as a head coach. I would go ahead and roll with Moore, Kellen Moore at a Dallas for the OC. As an OC, that dude is very creative with his play calling and what he's doing in Dallas.
Estefan, let me ask you, why would Kellen leave
Dallas,
Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott or Tua and whoever?
Right. Well, that would be Deshaun Watson. And on the defensive side, I'm actually good with Boyer sticking around because he knows a lot of these players, bro, and knows how to utilize them.
So let me tell you why I'm
good with
Estefan. Let me tell you why I'm not good with Boyer, because Boyer lost his play calling abilities halfway through.
Agreed.
The season.
Yep.
There's a reason that Flores took over.
Josh Boyer is incompetent.
No.
Exactly.
Listen.
I agree with you on that one.
Whoever you bring in as a DC, bro, they have to be able to utilize the personnel that we have in the scheme. In the scheme,
I got a good one, then.
bro. In the scheme that we're using, bro, for them to stay good, bro. You want somebody that's going to have the same scheme.
Yeah, the best defensive.
I want a
coordinator would be
4-3
Mike Zimmer.
defense.
He's going to take a defensive coordinator job. He's going to take.
Yeah, you
a
guys
head
say
coaching
a 3-4. These players are built for the 3-4.
See,
the players that we have on D is built for the 3-4.
I think we have a personnel to do a perfect 4-3 if we keep Agba and put Phillips on the other end with Wilkins
I like
and
that.
Davis.
And Pete, I'll one up you, and then I'm gonna let MCJB go, guys. Let MCJB go because he's been quiet this whole time.
I love this guy.
I will also say something that I've heard recently in the media too. Now that Flores is gone, I think we re-signed Gesicki. Like, I think that possibility is there, as well as Agba. I think there's an opportunity in a world where we are able to re-sign both. If Flores was still here, I keep on saying
I don't agree with that.
Flores was still. I do. I think
we absolutely could because we could.
Gesicki is dead man walking. He's done.
So let me hold on.
Not anymore, bro.
Hold on, guys. Let me explain something to you. Gesicki was not being put on the field enough. That's a fact, right? That is a fact. Matt Collins not being put on the field enough. That is a fact. When those guys got into the game, they succeeded. Duke Johnson leaving at halftime in that Tennessee game. There are a certain player that I think if you put them on the field,
explain the Patriots game. He was on the field a lot in the Patriots game.
Who?
Yeah, they were trying to get his trade value up, bro.
Duke Johnson and
I thought you were talking about Gesicki.
Explain to me why Duke Johnson played in the
Duke
first
Johnson
Jets
got 100
game.
yards.
Explain to me why he played in the first Jets
That's what I'm
game.
saying. He was used enough in that game.
He played in the
Gesicki had some good playing time. He had a good amount of snaps in the the Patriots game as well,
Duke
bro.
Johnson played in the first Jets game.
All right, hold on. Let MCJB go. Let MCJB
They're getting
go.
his
Go ahead,
value
MCJB.
up so they can stash him.
I just
go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead, MC. Go ahead, MC.
So, what are the rules for picking? Is it current people or anybody that like anybody that needs a job?
It can't. So I think it's any assistant head coach or former head coach. It cannot be a current head coach in
So
the NFL.
people, so nobody that has a job, correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
available.
Okay.
Available.
Got
So
it.
Tomlin
Got it.
would not be available in this question.
Okay,
in his
I
dream
wasn't
question.
gonna say that. Don't worry. So my head coach would be Doug Peterson. Offense would be Bill O'Brien. Defense would be Ed Orgeron.
Would be you?
Coach from LSU.
Ooh,
I don't like
that's
that.
a good one.
He needs a job, so
Listen, y'all gonna put two perverts in the room?
I didn't think about it like that though.
Hey, but let me ask you this,
football.
Steven. Remember when we played the Jets the
It's an
first
interesting
game?
one. It's an
We played the
interesting
Jets the first game, and I said Duke
Yeah,
Johnson
Toby
got a few
froze.
carries, and he played really, really good. Why is he not?
Yeah.
Why is he not getting the next game? Brian Flores had a problem with him. I don't know why.
All right, hey, let me bring everybody. Put yourselves on mute so there's no feedback. Finn's fire. Go ahead, man. Take
Can
yourself.
you guys
off.
hear me?
Yourself off.
I have another question. In that interview that Ross did when he fired Coach, what are you guys' thoughts about how he said when they asked him about Jim Harbaugh? He said, "Are you going to pursue him?" And his thoughts were like, which kind of was sad for me because he said, "Oh, I don't want to take him away from Michigan. That's where I went to school. I want them to continue to succeed." What about us?
All right,
Why wouldn't he want us to? Why wouldn't he want us to succeed?
Good. No. Good question. Good question.
Good
Hold on.
point.
No, it's a great point, and it's a fair question. So let me answer
TD
first, and then I'll go around the room. I'll say this. I think that Stephen Ross again wants what's best for him, but I get how those words make it seem like I care about Michigan more than I do the Dolphins. I don't think that that's the case.
Good afternoon. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, MCJB. Thanks,
Y'all
bro.
have a
We had
good
fun with you.
afternoon. Sorry.
Be good, buddy.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
MC.
God bless y'all.
Have a good one, bud.
Too.
I love MCJB. That's my
Take
guy.
care.
Yeah, that guy's cool, man. That guy's really
man.
cool, man.
Yeah. So, if you're looking at it, I say that if Harbaugh, if Tobin and Leroy's theory if their thing is right, supposedly Tobin and Leroy this morning said that Harbaugh's down south looking at properties, has a real estate agent, and going to buy a property here in Florida. If that is the case, then that's a smokescreen. Again, they don't say things directly. They beat around the bush. And, I think that's one. I think the second
Isn't that the type of smokescreen, though, Steven, that will come out of, like, the Dolphins side as a positive thing? Because at the end of the day, if Jim Harbaugh is dealing with any real estate agent, you know it's part of the Ross firm, right?
Well, yeah.
It has to be.
Pete, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. What I'm saying is if Tobin and Leroy are correct, and what they have announced this morning on their show,
He's probably coming to Miami.
And then Harbaugh is probably coming to Miami, and all these interviews are a smokescreen, and they're just a reason to get to go through the Rooney deal or whatever. I'm telling you right now, what he said. I personally, this is just my personal opinion. I believe that Stephen Ross has one goal in his life for the rest of his life until he sells the team, and that is to win a Super Bowl. I think that is his number one thing. That's what I think.
Steven, if we get Harbaugh, we have to win a minimum of 11 games. We have to have expectations.
100%.
We're going to upgrade and
Why do y'all keep
minimum
having
11
these?
wins.
Y'all,
A minimum
the
11
so
wins.
low. The bar is so low.
Anything else is unacceptable. Because Flores at his
13.
best won 10 games. If we're going to upgrade the position, a minimum 11 wins should be required. Or else
It's fired. It's funny that Finn's fire actually is that's not me.
No, that's Finn.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna say it's funny that Finn's Fire presented this question because TD actually did a whole show on this last night. He's actually, if you on the flip side, if you take Ross for his word, that he's actually not going to do, his due diligence and trying to get the best options out there, that's selling the fan base short, bro. And so TD was actually upset. If you take Ross for his word and he actually is not going to follow through with going after Harbaugh, at least one of the, which is like, I don't agree with Harbaugh, but he is one of the better candidates out there because he can bring an entire coaching staff. So, and that's what we need. So, yeah, well, to answer your question, man, if that's the case, if you take him for face value and it's not a PR stunt like what or smokescreen like what Steven's saying, bro, then that's just a loser mentality, bro.
And by the way, my thing is a theory. I'm not saying that is the end all be all.
No, not at all. I don't disagree with you at all, bro.
You can't.
I think Steven. I think he speaks in smoke screens, bro. The Deshaun Watson, the head coaching, everything. He's not going to reveal anything to the fan base right now.
One thing you and I can agree on, and I don't always agree everything with you, but I think you and I agree on this. They've never been direct. This franchise has never been direct about anything.
That's how Stephen Ross operates. That's how he operates. A billionaire.
Well, this is my thing.
Then if he's not being direct, you should be able to. He should be predictable.
This is my thing. I do.
Which is
I'm like
why,
you, Steven.
hold on, Pete. Which is why, Crypto, I have said that I believe that this team is not giving me any clear indication that they're going to make the right move this time. They haven't.
Yeah, but we have to expect them to win at least a minimum of 11
No, we
games.
don't.
It's 11 wins or bust.
We want
minimum.
that, but
that's
to
the bare
expect
minimum.
that, no.
You have to win more games than Flores, regardless of who's at the quarterback.
Yes,
position
you
or
don't have to
coaching
do
position.
anything.
Look.
You have to burn it down. If they don't win 11 games or more, you have to burn it down.
Crypto.
Crypto, what are you talking about, bro? That's not true.
Hold on. Let me finish, guys. Let me finish. Crypto is correct. Crypto is correct in that the fan base will raise all sorts of hell if this team does not do better next year than it did this year. He is 100% correct on that. People will be calling for everybody's job, wanting to hit the reset button. That'll be exactly what the fan base says. I guarantee that. What I don't agree with,
it can happen if they stick it out with Tua. People are going to lose their mind, bro, because that's exactly what's going to happen.
Hold on. What I don't agree with Crypto is that to expect that to be the case, right? Like like that should be common sense would dictate that, but again, this team, Crypto, has never done anything for you to think that they will do what common sense dictates, right or wrong.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But you fired the coach for the purpose of upgrading that position. That means you have to do better.
So in your mind,
you don't know
that's
why he fired him. That's
Crypto,
what I'm
let me
saying.
ask you a question. In your mind, if they don't, you're telling me that you're saying that if, let's say Harbaugh comes in, let's use that as your scenario. Harbaugh comes in, right? And it said they win 9 games again. They win 9 games again. Are you telling me that Ross should be required to fire Harbaugh on the spot?
Absolutely.
And Greer and everybody and hit the reset button?
Greer, yes. The total reset, yes.
Man.
Crypto, that'll never happen in a million
Hold on,
years.
Steve. I'm going to piggyback on that for a second.
There's no sense of fighting, no sense of getting rid of Flo. If he's going to come back and win only 9 games, what's the point of getting rid of Flo for?
Because Flo, according to Ross, and again, I don't want the scenario saying this is what it is. This is what I think. Y'all hear this, right? I think Ross thinks that Flo was a cancer inside the locker room. That's what I think. And he did not want that. He wanted cohesiveness. So for the sake of cohesiveness, he wants to bring somebody in that will be on the same page. He wants everybody on the same page.
Man, what I think, Steven, it was Greer, Christopher Greer. Hold on, Crypto. What I think Christopher Greer was scared of Flo, and he put that pressure on Ross and was like, if you don't fire him, I'm going to go, because he had his little excuses and all of this. And that's what keeps happening. I can't stand Greer. But at the end of the day, what Ross did say about Greer, I loved it. And everybody here should absolutely love it as well.
Yes,
we have to forgive.
Yep.
We have to forgive Greer. And I mean, we have to. if he pulls off this Deshaun Watson move.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
because at the end of the day, Stephen, please. At the end of the day, what he did do was actually build a young roster with good salary cap and forget the draft capital, right? We'll still have salary cap
Steven,
and a good young roster to lean on with Watson. So you got to forgive Greer after that.
Y'all be quiet. Y'all be quiet. Pete, keep going, Pete.
I could, bro, but you see how many times they like to cut me off, bro. It gets
y'all need to let Pete.
No,
Y'all need to be quiet.
Coach,
Steven,
he's a much better upgrade than Flo. You have to expect better. No, I'm not accepting 9 wins from Harbaugh. When he won, he took Kaepernick.
Crypto, hold up, Crypto. You're not wrong that you should expect it, right? Like, or you should want that. You're not wrong for wanting that.
Yeah.
Let me say that you're not wrong for wanting that. What you're wrong is that you think that will be the case because this team has never given you an indication that they should do the right thing.
No, what he's wrong about is
right
he
thing.
has no choice.
No.
He doesn't get to make decisions.
Here's the thing: if you win, if this team wins
he's
9
a
games,
Super Bowl coach.
If this team wins 9 games, 9, 10, 11, or 12 or 13 games, then they're great. But if this team has a losing record, 8-9, 7-10, then I'm sorry, you have to blow it up. You have to.
Yeah, you have to.
It's
a complete failure. A Super Bowl coach in Harbaugh.
Because if that's the case, you should have never fired Flores.
Look, I got a question.
Flores if that was the case.
I got
How many
a question.
first-year coaches have won a Super Bowl? Just out of curiosity, anybody know?
I think only.
Oh man, that's a good question.
That's a good
I
question.
want to say Don Shula was one of the.
I ain't gonna put a number. I ain't gonna put a number on the wins. Anything lower than a playoff appearance is get out of here.
And by the way, hold on.
Right,
the other
means
thing
you
too,
need
what
one
I was
extra
trying,
win,
what I was trying to say when Pete checked me on my channel, Pete, you better calm down, Pete. All right,
Steven, you better let Pete talk.
Trey, only two people, only two
Steven,
players.
mute yourself and let Pete talk.
Hey, Esfin, shush. Trey says the tweets from players say different about Flo being a cancer. No. There are a limited defensive players that were 2 or 3 guys, 4 or 5 guys that he brought in that said that. Not 53 men.
Man, just let these people keep defending Adam Gase, man. Jesus.
No. Listen, Flo was like I said.
Adam Gase.
But here's one thing.
Adam Gase.
I know.
Damn
Flo.
Forget Flores, guys. We got to move forward.
Adam Gase are the same person.
you're being sarcastic.
Hey, everybody be quiet real quick. I got an announcement. Mute yourself.
No, I don't want to be quiet.
No, be quiet, Andrevis. Look, listen. Hey, today's TD's birthday, y'all. We got to wish
TD's birthday?
Today's TD's birthday. We got to wish him a happy birthday.
I was on.
Yeah, we gotta wish TD, if you're listening, bro, happy birthday. I hope you do a show today, bro.
Happy birthday, TD.
He's got a PayPal. Hit him up on PayPal.
Hey, I got a question. If TD, what do y'all think TD's birthday wish for the Dolphins?
You don't expect the Super Bowl if Harbaugh is here. You won't expect the Super Bowl.
TD's birthday
Not the first
should be
year,
not
no.
to have to worry about the Dolphins for one day.
I'm expecting
Happy
playoffs
birthday,
first.
TD, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day with your family.
TD, I hope
Dolphins BS out of your head for the day.
TD, I hope the best present you get today is that we make headway on Deshaun Watson, bro, and he's coming to Miami. That's all I got to say, bro. I know that's what you want, TD.
Go close to your family and remember how important they are.
Hey, but I got a hot topic.
Oh, that's for sure, bro. But when you're talking about the Dolphins verse, bro,
and remember how much more your family means than the Dolphins. It's not that serious.
That's true.
Have a wonderful day, TD.
It don't matter. Tua is our quarterback. We still going to the playoffs. If we get Harbaugh, we still
playoffs.
Crypto. I got a hot topic. I got a hot topic. We're gonna give the floor to Toby D. Smooth and Finn's Fire. Toby D, what you got for us?
Toby, what's up, Toby? Take yourself off mute because you've been quiet, man. I'm sorry, dude.
I know, I felt bad.
I apologize for Pete and Estefan taking over the channel.
Those are the smart guys, the quiet ones.
Steven, what are you talking about? You don't shut up, bro.
Shush. Go ahead, Toby.
what's going on. So I just think it's just a little ironic that, they just had that, was it 2 weeks ago? They had Georgia versus Michigan and Miami. So I just think that they got into Hardball's ear there. They cater to him. And I just feel in my heart, I think he's the guy. And that's just my opinion. I mean,
damn, Toby, that's a good point, bro.
Good opinion, man. Good point. Yeah, absolutely.
Let him finish it. Shush. Go ahead.
Good answer. Good answer.
On the Watson thing, he's not here in Miami, so I don't know why everybody keeps talking about it. I mean, if Miami does go out and get him, they get him, so be it. But he's not here, so there's no reason for us to argue about a guy that's not in a Miami uniform.
Toby, I respect you, bro, but do you want to see this team ever win a Super Bowl?
I do, and listen to me. Don't get me wrong. I don't want you to think that I don't want Watson, because I do, 100%. Would it be an upgrade? 100%. But he's just not here yet, and we're arguing over something that might not happen. But
that's true. We on the coach right now. We're upgrading the
shout
coach
out to
position.
Toby for dropping them fire takes.
Yeah, we're at that stage right now. We're changing coaches. We should expect nothing less, because Flores
but here's the thing, Crypto. What if
last year
Crypto,
that Harbaugh
he
wouldn't have
wasn't
lost?
fired?
We should expect greater.
What if he wasn't fired because you're looking for an upgrade at coach? What if he was fired because that's what Deshaun Watson wanted?
That's what me and Pete been saying. But Toby, bro,
Esther, you think I don't listen to you? But I
Yeah.
listen to you, and I thought about what you said yesterday, and I started connecting dots. Duke Johnson, Benardrick McKinney, Will Fuller, all this Houston stuff that Flores doesn't want anything to do with is very suspect.
I think Toby made a good point, bro. I didn't even realize any of what he had said. The fact that game was in Miami, bro.
So
you know what I mean?
Do you think
I don't think that has
behind
anything to
closed
do with
doors
anything.
that
Harbaugh
and Ross had conversations while they were here?
Absolutely.
100%.
They probably had dinner. They probably had lunch.
they've already had it.
Don't think for
Those
one second
conversations
that
been had 8 weeks ago.
they were definitely catering to him. I'm telling you, when he was there,
I think they
all
already
up
had
in
that
his
conversation.
I think they've already had that conversation 8 weeks ago when he was on a losing streak. I'm sure.
Well, what do you think about that, Finn's Fire?
Y'all got to put yourselves on mute when Finn's Fire talks, because he's getting fixed.
Hey guys, I got a call. I got to run. But
Hey, God bless you, Finn's Fire. No, real talk. God bless you, sir.
Be safe, Finn's Fire. Be safe, brother.
Be safe, my friend. Be safe.
I appreciate all you guys' insight, man. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Finn's Fire, be safe.
My man's on a call, man.
That's what's up, bro.
By the way, real talk.
Firefighters.
Shout out to Finn's Fire, bro.
They've been watching from that firehouse since like the first month of the show.
That's
They
awesome,
watch.
dude.
They watch.
Hey, we gotta
the
go
show a
to
lot.
Firehouse and throw a party over
And we
there
give
for
them
one.
Hey, bro.
That's
I would
great,
love
man,
to.
because
Hey,
they like
hey,
that.
they love when I put down D Noodle, not chosen one.
Hey,
So
but
you
here's-
get back up here, D Noodle.
Here's the real hot topic I wanted to bring up
I think
before I
he's mad at me,
let
man.
Toby talk. Here's the real hot topic before I let Toby talk, because this is what's strange to me. I know I said earlier I do not want a coach that has not been a head coach experience, but there is only one that I would allow, and that's Eric Bieniemy. And everybody knows why with the Deshaun Watson ties, right? But here's the thing: how come it's been so quiet with Eric Bieniemy? And I don't want to hear, because the Chiefs are in the playoffs. Nobody has tried to interview this guy. It's been real quiet, and
Pete,
other teams are in the playoffs, bro.
Pete, let me answer this. I have 3 theories on Eric.
I'm
Bieniemy.
telling you.
I have 3 theories. Okay, some people are not going to like them, but I believe these are real. Theory number 1: Eric Bieniemy. Okay, because the theory is that he doesn't interview well, which I think is BS, by the way.
Yeah, that's BS. That's
I think it's BS, by the way. I think it's because, again, there are not many black head coaches in the NFL, and he, for some reason, just I don't know what it is, but I think that has something to do with it. And you can say, don't give me the race card. I'm gonna play the race card with Eric Bieniemy. That's one. Number two, I have 3 theories. I have 3 theories. Number 2, I think it's because he's already been offered Andy Reid's job. in Kansas City when Andy Reid leaves, which is a likely scenario. Yep.
Yeah, that's likely.
Succession plan, yeah.
Yep, succession plan. And number 3, the third theory I have about Eric Bieniemy is that he literally does not want to be a head coach. Like he doesn't want it.
He's happy where
Now,
he's at.
That one, I think me and you disagree, because why would a player hold on?
You
have a player. You have a player in your lap. You have a player in your lap who respects you as a coach. And Deshaun Watson, this guy is an elite football player. This is like Peyton Manning and Adam Gase. Remember that. So this is like Deshaun Watson and Bieniemy. All Deshaun wanted was to have this guy interviewed for a head coaching candidate. He never said, "I want this guy to be my head coach." They never even gave him an interview in Houston.
And they said they
That's
wouldn't,
where they
lied.
parted ways. So therefore, it leads me to believe that Deshaun Watson really loves this guy as a coach and as a person, not only a friend. He believes in his work. So therefore, it's quiet with Bieniemy. Kellen Moore is in the playoffs. He's getting interviewed by us. We know deep down inside, Kellen Moore is not going to be our next head coach. I hope not, and I hope you guys feel the same.
He's not.
But at the end of the day, they're just doing their due diligence now in the pastime. Why? Because the Kansas City Chiefs are still in the playoffs. I do believe it's going to get hot.
Kellen Moore?
I could tell you so much more, but I don't want to even get in there. Anyways, I just want either Eric Bieniemy guys or Harbaugh. That's where I stand right now. The only thing that's going to turn this franchise over, honestly, is Deshaun Watson. It's not going to be Tua. Anything over Tua. I got to go. Bye.
You never know. He could turn out to be the next Don Shula, Pete.
Stephen, I also disagree with the race thing, because I think that most owners they're not, when they do employment, most owners, I'm not saying all of them, because there's probably a lot of rich white guys that are still out there with that crazy crap. But most owners don't look at race when they're.
I'm gonna disagree.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you.
Because I'm a different type of person. I don't look at race. So I mean, hey,
and I get that, Epps. But there's a reason that there
definitely is. I've told you.
Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Greer is the only black GM in the NFL, or one of two?
Yes, indeed, the only one.
I think he's only the second. I think he's only the second one.
Yeah. So
Ozzie
Newsome. He's the only
Ozzie
one.
Newsome's not anymore. He's not there anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Current. Okay. He's the only current one.
So, but I actually agree with Pete. I think we should end up with get Harbaugh or Eric Bieniemy, man.
You really think that if a black coach, you think he can win? If you think a black coach can win you a Super Bowl, you're gonna deny his application because he's black.
By the way, I don't think Stephen Ross is that guy. Let's just get that straight. I think, but what I will say is the question was asked: why doesn't Eric Bieniemy have a job? And I'm not saying that is the case, but I have theories, and those are my 3 likely theories. Either A, it's race. Either B, he's been told he's the successor to Andy Reid. Or 3, he just doesn't want to be a head coach, which is unlikely to me, but it is a theory nonetheless.
I'm thinking he doesn't interview well. That's.
But see, you know,
I don't think the interview well thing works no more. I don't think that flies no more.
It could also be just like Pete said. It could be all in line with Deshaun Watson.
Thank you, Pete. Ross always overthinks these moves and listens to way too many people. Now he's lightning fast and getting involved. Something is up, bro. Look, I just, that's what I think about Eric Bieniemy. Now, my hope is when he gets a job, if he does become a head coach, which I think he will one day, whether it's in Kansas City or somewhere else, I would love to hear. What I would love is a podcast to sit down with Eric Bieniemy and say, bro, what happened all those years why you didn't get a job? Because I'm sure he knows something that we don't, and there's more to the story, and maybe there's a 4th theory that none of us are thinking of. But I, in no way, shape, or form, buy he doesn't interview well. I don't buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy that either, Steven. You're right.
I don't buy it.
I don't know what. I would hope race is not a factor.
I think he's just comfortable. He's just comfortable. He's got the team. I mean, why would he want to leave Kansas City? You know what I mean? Even though he's, a coordinator, but he just
Right, unless he wants to be a head coach. That's the only reason why he should leave.
He doesn't call the plays though. Doesn't Andy Reid call the plays?
Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes.
Yeah, some people just get comfortable,
Yeah.
And he has
look,
Patty
I get that
Mahomes.
too.
I mean, he has a good career to look forward to. Maybe he doesn't want to uplift his family and everything like that. That could be.
And on top of it, like you said, Steven, he might be waiting for Andy Reid to go so he could jump in that spot.
It's not that. I think Andy Reid. The theory is one of my many theories about Eric Bieniemy, is that Andy Reid and him have a backdoor deal. That when I leave, this is your team. This is your team, and I will also say that I think there's two theories I have about Belichick. There's two theories I have about Belichick. Theory A about Belichick when he leaves is Josh McDaniels' job. Theory B that I have that when Belichick leaves, it's going to be his son, Steven Belichick, to take over the job.
More likely, Steven.
I'm just telling you, those are two scenarios that I have. That when Belichick leaves, I think that there are some things that I feel like it's there, right? Like the writing is on the wall. The setup is perfect for certain things. And that all goes to turn it back to the Dolphins. You and Cap for Life just said it like perfectly. Cap for Life said, what did he say? He said, go get Harbaugh. You've been chasing him for 8 years. Now you don't want him because of a conflict of interest with Michigan. Get the F out of here, bro. Like, I agree. Like, you tried you tried to get Harbaugh all those times, and now all of a sudden you don't want him. I don't think that's the case.
That's ridiculous.
My hope is that Leroy and Tobin are onto something, and that he is buying real estate out here because he's going to be the next head coach. And that's the reason, by the way, that what's his face got retained. He knows Greer.
Well, how about
Greer and Ross are friends
likes
too.
the lifestyle.
I mean,
he wants to live in Miami
Harbaugh
because of the lifestyle.
Well, I mean, who doesn't? I love Miami, but that's
that's my whole point. That's why I said that.
I mean, look, I don't know, but do I know what the Dolphins are going to do? No. Do I think it's going to be a young offensive coordinator? I hope not. Or a defensive coordinator. I hope it's somebody who's been a former head coach in the NFL. As I like, that's my bare minimum.
What if they're a defensive-minded coach, Steven?
If they've been a former head coach in the NFL, I think I can live through it because you know what that means? That means they failed. And if you know what if you knew, and if you can learn from your mistakes, and that's the hope here, right? That this person will learn from their mistakes and make different decisions this time.
Right.
So that's my hope.
That's why I'm pessimistic. We're going to get Vance Jones. You heard it here first.
Vance Joseph wasn't he our defensive coordinator for a year or two? And he sucked.
He was our defensive coordinator.
He sucked in Denver too.
Defensive coordinator. They love these defensive coordinators.
Yeah, but we're looking for an offensive guy, I believe.
We've been looking for an offensive guy for years. What happened? They've been constantly getting us defensive guys.
They're constantly hiring people with no experience. That's what they've been doing.
You ready for 2026? Dolphins 2026 is going to do the same song and dance again. It's the Dolphin Olympics. 2026. Be prepared.
Crypto, I pray on everything that you're wrong about that.
I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
I've never wanted somebody to be more wrong than you on that. Like
I hope I'm wrong, but that's been the trend. Every 4 years, bam. This is the Dolphin Olympics. Let's get ready.
Yeah, and you know what, Crypto, I'm right there. I'm right there with you, man. Like nothing makes me believe that this is going to be any different, but I still have hope because I love the team. That's the only thing, man. And you know what, Alex? I know I've been getting on you a lot lately, and I thought about the show yesterday, and I've been getting on a lot of people. And you know what? It's all if I don't get on you, it's because I don't like you. You see a lot of people I don't even talk to. Like, I really don't even talk to Larry and all. And when some people get up on the panel, you don't see me show up because I don't want to have anything to do with them because I don't like them. If I come at you, it's because it's all love, man. I like you and I respect you.
You good,
you know what I'm saying? So don't take anything. Please don't take anything to heart, man.
All right, guys.
I like Alex too, but when he starts talking about when him and Big John start talking about Tua, I want to throw up, bro.
Yeah, there's certain people you
So I
don't need
got
to see
love
me
for you,
get on
bro.
the
Just when you
panel
start talking about
when they're
Tua,
you don't
bro,
need to see me get on the
that
panel
shit
when they're
makes
up
me
here
sick.
because you know what? I know I'll get into a verbal
All right, guys.
altercation with them.
Hey. Two things. Number one, I'm exhausted. So let's do final thoughts of the day. Okay. Start with I'm gonna start with
I'll go. Steven,
go ahead,
thanks for having me on, man. I'm out, y'all. Let's get Deshaun Watson to his set. Later, y'all.
First suck by Estefan. Thank you for making it short. I know I like it. Toby.
Well, guys, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, Harbaugh comes here. That's my choice. That's who I would love. I got a cousin that goes to Michigan, and I've been trying to pick his ear to see if he can hear anything, but he hasn't got back to me in a couple days. So, but I enjoy your
Keep us
show.
updated on that, man. Keep us updated.
Yeah, if I hear something, I'll definitely for sure let you know. Steven, I enjoy your show every single day. I'm usually driving truck, but I lost my sense of taste and smell, so they don't want me at work. They kicked me out.
Are you a truck driver? Are you a truck driver?
I am.
All right, so I want to get like Lance,
Same here.
and Trucker
Me too.
Sean. You are crypto?
Yeah, I do.
Dang.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, I'm one too.
I didn't know that.
Crypto and Toby, can you guys hit me up on Twitter?
Sure.
Hit me up on Twitter
Sure.
because after we get through whoever the next head coach is, I want to do one show that is the trucker, like a trucker episode, where I have all truckers on. Yeah,
I drove a U-Haul once,
I think that'd be really cool if I could get all truckers. But you would have to do the show from your truck live on camera.
I drove a U-Haul
Okay.
once. I mean, I'm not going to rent one, but.
So
Did you do that,
anyway,
Crypto?
See, I probably can do that, but it's for the U.S. Postal Service. When I'm on my second half of my run, I probably can do it.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to get.
I'm in the late afternoons. I know that's the thing. I'm only in the late
Hey, look,
afternoon.
if you could do it from your car, maybe on a day, I don't know. But all I know is I want to do a trucker episode. That's what I really want to do, a trucker episode, because I feel like a lot of
on in the evening,
I feel like a lot of truckers listen to me, which I think is cool. I love truckers. You know, shout out to you guys. You guys are great.
so on the other hand, keep it smoothing and grooving, and keep your heads up, boys. And
Smoothing and grooving. I like it, Toby.
What's his name? Crypto. Let's say his name. Crypto.
Yep.
Don't go postal, bro.
Oh, I see what you did there,
I'm
Toby.
not going there.
I see what Toby did there.
I'm not
Toby,
at
that's
that
a mic
point.
drop. I'll see you later, bro. That's a mic drop right there. Toby said, "Don't go postal,
That's a good
Crypto."
one.
All right, Crypto.
Yeah.
We'll just go right to you, man. Final thoughts of the day, Crypto.
No, not at this point. I can't afford to go postal. Not at this point. No, I got too much things ahead of me at this point, so I can't do that. Hopefully, those who do go postal, they let me know the day before I come to work. Just slip me a little note and then say, "Hey, this is what I'm gonna do." Just long as they tell me before, I'm good. But man, I'm telling you, Steven, we're doing the same song and dance with the coaches. GM, they never do a total reset. They always do partial resets where they'll fire the coach, get rid of the GM. I mean, keep the GM or vice versa. They get rid of the GM or fire the coach. There's never a wholesale, top to bottom cleaning. So that's why I say we're going to be doing this in 4 more years, because they don't do it right the whole time, and start from the bottom up.
Crypto.
Yeah.
Steven, I'm sorry to cut you off, but real quick, and then I'll let you go. Then my bad. Did you guys see what Kodak was doing yesterday at the Panthers game?
No. So by the way, that theory's
who was doing that, man?
So hold up now. That theory has been debunked because now there's a photo.
He was not.
There's a
What happened
photo
at the Panthers
of
game?
that right there. So there's
an actual video up close.
There's an actual video up close. He wasn't doing it. But it
Wait a
looked
minute,
like
I
from
missed it.
afar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So Kodak Black was at the Panthers game in a suite, and somebody with a video on the other side of the arena was video him, and it looked like he was, with a girl. They're in the press box, and it definitely looked like it. Let's get that straight. It looked like it. But this morning, I saw a video of like in the press box. He wasn't doing that. He was.
Why people in that
But
man's
it looked
business,
like it.
bruh?
Oh, it looked like it.
Why people in that?
Yeah, they
people in
said
that
no
man's
charges are
business?
being filed. No charges are being filed.
What
for
charges?
that.
Indecent exposure?
Yeah, that's it. That's all it can be.
Yes.
That's the only thing it could be is the indecent exposure. Other
He
than
would have
that,
had to
public
register as
lewd.
a sexual offender.
Well, he's already been to prison. I
Yeah,
think.
some places you do. Yeah,
He's already been
some
to
places.
prison. So.
Right. It's just
That's
public
crazy,
lewdness. That's
All right.
crazy.
All right. Get out of here, Crypto. Have a good one, bro.
All right, Stevie D. See you tomorrow.
You're
Have
the
a
man,
great
brother.
one,
I
Crypto.
Take care,
appreciate it.
bud.
All right.
Hey, Crypto, you ever want to donate in crypto, you let me know because I want to get into it.
Well, Bitcoin, everything's
Okay.
down. So.
That's cool. You can get your. I can show you how to get your public address. It could be a donation address, and it'd be basically a Bitcoin address, and then they can just donate to that.
Dude, help me set that up, bro. Hit me
Put
up
it
on
on your
Twitter.
Twitter page.
Yeah, hit
Okay,
me up on
I'll
Twitter,
have-
man.
I'll-
I want to set all that up, bro.
Crypto Pro does.
Okay, cool.
You probably just collect. You have so much Bitcoin. I bet you have so much crypto in your account right now, bro, that you don't even work, bro. You probably just collect
I'm
money
getting
while at
close to
home,
that.
bro.
I'm almost there, man.
Crypto,
I'm
Crypto,
getting
you're
that
gonna help.
residual
You're gonna help.
income going.
Crypto, you're gonna help me out, make some residual income. That's what I need. Crypto.
What's happening
Yep.
with crypto
We'll
right
get you
now?
set up.
Cryptocurrency.
Oh,
What's
it's-
I'm
going
gonna
down?
hold you. I'm gonna hold you to that, Crypto. It's gonna be on you to get with me because you know I'm crazy. So I need that,
Oh.
my guy.
I got you. You here in Maryland? We're in the same place. I'm just
Okay.
in the National Harbor. We're good.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're about 2 hours away from me. All right.
Yep.
That's what's up. All right, Crypto. Be good, man.
All right.
All right. Let's see here. Who do I have next? Alexander. Final thoughts of the day.
So my final thoughts today, at the end of the day, I don't care who we roll with, under center or at the head coach. All knows I just want to win, man. I just want to get us to the playoffs and get us a Super Bowl win, so that way everybody can stop running their mouth about how the Dolphins this, that. But it definitely felt good to be on the show for the whole day finally, and not have to worry about people in my background at work, so. But yeah, man, it's Steve. I just want to say, man, thank you very much again for having me. God bless you and your family.
Yeah,
and
man.
same with Andrevis and Epps as well. God bless you and your families, bro.
You too.
Stay safe. Stay safe, my friends, and y'all have a great day.
All love,
All
Alex.
right, you
All
too,
love,
you
baby.
too, you too.
Thanks, man.
Be good,
Later,
man.
guys.
Be good. Appreciate it. 1, 2, 3, 4 F's. Final thoughts of the day, sir.
For me and Alex, totally agree, man. It's that's all I want is a Super Bowl, man. I want not even a winning team, man. A winning formula, something where we're not talking about this trash every week, And it's just like I said, man. I got off yesterday. I re-listened to the entire show, and I was like, man, dude, we're all friends. Me and D1 and everybody.
It got crazy yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, we're all friends, and and it's like we're all fighting, and it's just like it sucks, man, because it just sucks. But you know what? Hopefully things can get better, man. Hopefully there's a plan in place. I don't see, like I said, I don't see Ross after what Pete and Esther said. I don't see Ross not having some type of plan in place unless he's just a complete idiot. And this will prove if he's a complete idiot or not, I think. So, Steven, your platform is great. I love what you're about to do with Chris. That is awesome. I don't have a lot of time.
I'm excited about it.
I don't have a lot of time at night, but
you can always rewatch it, which is the best part.
I can always rewatch it, And like I said, man, everybody, all love, man. I hope everybody has a blessed day. Andrevius, you're my favorite two in here. Always, you know that, buddy. And FAU, baby. Owls, baby.
All right, be easy, Epps.
All right, Steven. Thank you for letting me up, man. I appreciate you, brother.
Anytime, bro. Be good.
Yep.
And then my number 2, although you cussed this morning, I'm not happy with you. You cussed like 3 times this morning. Not happy with you.
I also gave a $40 donation to the swear jar yesterday.
So you think you run on credit? You think you get special privilege around here? You don't get no special privilege. You know better, Andrevius. Hey TD, get up here, TD. I'll do a couple minutes with you, TD. Get up here. It's your birthday, I heard. This is for TD only. I'm putting the link in the stream for TD.
Let me get out of here so you and TD can have your time. Happy birthday, TD, by the way. Like I said, I'm a two-a-near, but I still like you, TD. Whatchamacallit? Yeah, I just had an epiphany last night that I feel like we're going at the Jim Harbaugh, and it's just smoke screens with Stephen Ross because I was like, oh shoot, the Rooney Rule. He can't say he's going. Can't say he's going after Jim Harbaugh. That's like you just can't do it. So I'm like, and now that I hear he's buying stuff down here and
If the
in
Leroy and
South
Tobin
Florida,
thing is true, yeah,
I
exactly.
went on their YouTube page to look. I seen no video about it. Maybe they didn't post it yet. Maybe somebody heard it live. But yeah, man, I think brighter things are on the horizon. We got to stop crying about Adam Flowgate.
Adam Flowgate, I love it.
Adam Flowgate. Stop crying about him. Stop crying about him. I hope we're gonna get something better. Like I said, I'm in the same camp as Pete for once. We got to get Harbaugh or Eric Bieniemy. Whether or not they get Deshaun Watson, I don't know, but I still think that's their plan. And yeah, either way, fins up. Let's do it.
Fins up. Love you, Andrevius. Be good, bro.
Love
All
you too.
right,
Have a
ladies
good
and gentlemen, a little overtime here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, #1 Miami fan morning show. Let people know what's about to go down. Happy birthday, Mr. TD.
What's up, Steve?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, bro.
Whose birthday?
Everybody's saying it's your birthday.
I don't know why people keep playing like that, man. It's not my birthday, bro.
Are you saying, everybody, somebody came on and said it was your birthday?
They started that last night, bro.
Oh, man. See, they messing with me. They messing with me.
Nah, it's my birthday, bro.
Is it? See, you stop messing with me, TD. Can't stand you. How old are you? 21, 22, 23?
Nah, I'm 37, man.
You old, man. You old.
Hey.
You ain't.
I ain't old.
What do you got planned for today?
I was gonna go fishing, but when I checked the tide chart, man, I'm gonna wait till this weekend. It's better fishing this weekend, so I'm kicking back. I'm gonna watch some movies with the wife and just relax. Really.
Are the kids away? No kids or kids in the house?
But unsupervised, so tomorrow we'll
forget them kids, TD. Forget them kids. They'll be all right. They can fend for themselves. They can fend for themselves.
Exactly. Forget these kids.
Just buy some Lunchables, get some juice boxes. Say, make sure y'all are in bed by such and such time. Don't break anything. Those are the rules. Have a nice day. Bye. That's how I would do it.
Exactly. That's where I'm at with it, man.
Oh man. So what you been up to, man? I just really want to talk to you, man, and we can do it on like you've been good. I've been seeing you doing your thing on your platform, always growing. Are you gonna take some time off now that the season's over?
No, man. I'm gonna go hard this all season, actually, man. I'm gonna really evaluate because this is gonna be one of the biggest off seasons we've ever had, especially with the recent change of Brian Flores' exit. So it's a lot to come forward. So right now it's just a waiting game, waiting to see who the coach is.
Yeah.
Evaluate that.
Were you surprised on Monday morning? Were you surprised?
Not shocked, but surprised. I mean, I know it's kind of like the same. Because I mean, you hear a lot of things, from back channels. So I wasn't completely shocked because I know certain things that's happening. But
you knew that it could come down the pipe. You just didn't know if it was going to happen or not.
Would though, with all the information that was given, I didn't think it would. But everybody with their rumors and all this and that, man. I'll just put it like this. From my understanding, they didn't expect to fire Flores. But, Flores is a to-the-point type person. And when you're to the point with the owner, sometimes, it doesn't go across well. And there you have it. I'll just put it like that, man. Yeah, but all these rumors and stuff, man, it's kind of crazy, man. The contradictions that's out here right now. That's why I'm just sitting back being one of those people who have my opinion, but I'm staying away from it.
Well, because your opinion will cause a lot of controversy, TD. TD, you're so toxic, TD, to the fan base. Gosh, you're just so toxic. Everything you say so negative. Everything. You didn't know this, TD?
I'm toxic because most of the things I say come true, and people don't like to hear the truth.
They don't want to hear the truth, TD. Tell them they don't want to hear the truth.
They love their abusers, man.
I love it, man. I love it, man. I do. You know what? There are like two Dolphins questions I want to ask you. I know you're relaxing and chilling. Do you think that this move allows us to keep Gesicki and Agba?
Depends on that new coach.
Okay.
I mean, forget Gesicki and Agba. I mean, you're talking about you don't know what's going to happen. You can have a coach that want to come in and run their famous 4-3, and then you got a whole overhaul. You can have it just depends on what Greer is going to do. When he makes this hire, him and Ross, are they going to try to hire somebody that goes with the same fit of the personnel, or are they just trying to hire a coach? You see what I mean? Somebody they like, because that could be an issue, bro. You can hire a coach and somebody you like, and they got a whole different philosophy, and they're going to come in to execute that. And you can see massive turnover. Don't forget the turnover from the coach. Don't forget the players that might want to just hit free agency or move on and request a trade. I mean, this is a mixed situation.
Did you see Xavier Howard's tweet yesterday?
Yeah, but it's cryptic.
It's very cryptic, right? Very cryptic. I mean, do you think anything to be? He doesn't tweet. I feel like I also don't think he would do it to be messing with people. I think he was serious about it. You do you think that? Do you not think that?
What?
Like, I think he's out. I think he's gone.
Huh? There's different ways to look at it.
I'm listening.
If we don't want him gone, can he be gone?
Well, that's true. I mean, we are the ones in control. Right. But why make that post?
I don't know. I have no clue, bro. That's why I don't want to speculate. All we're doing, there's a lot of speculation out here, and half of it is false. That's why I don't like to get in the speculation game. I hear from the people I talk to. I put my own conclusion, and there's things that I still don't report because there's a lot that's not adding up right now. I'm hearing direct stuff that contradicts what everybody out here is saying. And instead of saying, no, this is what I'm hearing, I just sit back and let the dust settle, bro. Because it will settle at the end of the day. But as far as Xavier and Howard, man, I don't know what that meant. And I don't want to assume what it meant because I don't know, man. Because, bro, did you think Flores was getting fired, by the way?
Nope. I did not think. I thought he had another year here at least.
Yeah, so it's a lot of stuff that who knows.
I was surprised. And then I had to break the news live on air, which was crazy for me because I didn't even get a chance to really digest it till after the show.
You were live. You're right.
I was live when it happened, and so I was having the conversation. Alex Donno was my guest on this morning for my show. And Alex and I talked about breaking news while you're live. And it's so different when news breaks when you're live because you have to kind of go with the flow, and your goal as somebody who's giving content is let's get people's reaction.
But you also don't know all the details.
Exactly, right? So, and all I could do was just be shocked. And I think the rest of the fan base was. Majority, not all, but majority was. So, I didn't have a chance to really gulp this down till after the show that day. And even then, like stuff, the other thing too, and this kind of segues into the conversation I wanted to have with you is now everybody's got something to say about it. Omar Kelly, you, Reason, Doug, Big O, all these beat writers, the national media, everybody has something small or big to say in some way, shape, or form. And some of it contradicts people. Some of it is in line with what other people say.
Yeah.
There's just so many forms of media outlet now. I don't know what's real and what's not real. Does that make sense?
Yep. It makes all the sense in the world. That's why I don't get it. That's why I just sit back. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and observe. Like I said, I've been told certain information from people that I know, but there's also contradictions to what I've been told and what other people are saying. And When it's that convoluted, you just sit back and watch, man, and you just give your own opinion and let it keep going. At the end of the day, it doesn't bother me that Flo is out.
It doesn't mean I same for me.
It's like as long as we upgrade, right? Because like I've been preaching all this time.
But what is an upgrade?
What is an upgrade?
What is an upgrade?
A proven coach that's been there and done that.
So Harbaugh.
Yeah, Harbaugh would be an upgrade.
Caldwell
is an upgrade.
Doug Peterson.
Debatable.
Okay. All right. So now let's go to is Brian Dable?
No.
Vance Joseph?
No.
Is Kellen Moore?
That's an interesting one. I'm gonna say no because you're still improving on that next level. But that's an interesting one. I actually like Kellen Moore.
But my question to you then, does it go into, let me figure out how to phrase this. Do you want a coach that has to rebuild that knows how to build a coaching staff, or one who's never built a coaching staff before, or does that even factor into you, TD? Is that an overplayed thought process with the fan base right now? Who cares if a coach knows how to make a coaching staff, or has done it before or not? If the person is going to be good, let them come in and do it. So that's where Kellen Moore comes into play, right?
No, Steven. The coaching staff is everything.
I agree.
Flores' inability to bring in coordinators hurt him bad. But at the same token, how can you really blame Flores for his inability to bring in a staff? You got a Miami, like I want you to really break this down, right? You got a Miami Dolphins organization that isn't viewed very favorable from the beginning, right? When we hire Flores, right?
Correct. Yep.
We didn't have favorability in the league, coaches, everything. We were the laughing stock. So you're about to get rid of all your great players to rebuild, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the world of coaching, that is a coordinator's suicide. That is suicide for a coordinator. There's always accountability. Every time a team is going through a whole fresh rebuild, no matter how much success you have, every struggle will have turnover right away. This is always with new organizations rebuilding. Because how long is a rebuild typically? 3 to 4 years, right?
Correct.
And by the second year, when your team still has disappointment, everybody should understand why, but they don't. They call for accountability. Because the NFL usually doesn't care, especially when you're close in games and things like that. These offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators are going to get fired right away. So most of them just want to go into a situation where it's already a winning team. And I'm only talking about the great ones, the good ones. Because everybody else is applying for a head coaching job or getting snatched up. You're a new coach on a whole new rebuild. You don't expect to have any success. These guys want to become head coaches one day. Why are they going to come to a rebuild situation? So you're not going to get the best of the best starting out. You're just not. It's not easy. That's why if you get a veteran coach who already has guys that love him and a staff that they can trust and they can build with over the years, and they know that they're not going to be scapegoated, that veteran guy is going to bring his whole staff in. Jim Harbaugh is going to bring a staff in. Yep. You see what I'm saying? Different people like
Caldwell will.
Yeah, Caldwell, yeah.
Peterson
exactly.
will.
They're going to bring a staff in where they already have the cachet.
So let me pause you for a second because I'm on board with you. I agree with you 150%. Why have the coaching candidates that we have requested to interview so far been offensive gurus and defensive gurus, coordinators and such, non-NFL head coaches?
Because what NFL head coach is available outside of the ones that's getting fired that is no good?
No, that's fair. You're saying I'm making too much into it. that they only are required to disclose the candidates that are current coaches somewhere else in the NFL. So if they had a meeting with Caldwell, we wouldn't know about it till afterwards, I think.
Then they probably already did.
Okay.
Or they
What about
already
Peterson?
told-
What about Peterson? Why hasn't
Well,
Peterson been contacted by us?
Well, maybe they're not interested.
That scares me.
Okay. Listen, let me say this. What if the Dolphins already have told who they want? What if Jim Caldwell is going to be the next head coach?
Okay.
He would have known that the minute they fired Flores or before that. But they got to go through their process, due diligence, interview everybody, Rooney Rule, X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we don't know. We don't know.
Do we have a head coach next week or 2 weeks from now?
We don't know.
What do
We don't
you think?
know.
What does your gut tell you, TD?
I have no clue, Steven. I've numbed myself from that situation because, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like tomorrow or Friday, I'm gonna go ahead and get together all the candidates they brought in. I'm gonna talk about the ones that you haven't heard yet that are probably strong candidates, and we're gonna go through their bio. We're gonna talk about their history. We're gonna go through.
I like that.
How they became to the prominence that they are now, and we're gonna grade every single one of them, and we're gonna see who ends up having the highest grade, and we're gonna hire our own quarterback, and then we're gonna sit back and wait to see what they ultimately decide. So this is a process you have no idea about. We have no clue. And once again, Steven, they didn't expect to fire Flores.
I feel like from what I've read, or the feeling I got now, is Flores kind of gave him an ultimatum, either me or them.
What I'm understanding, and again, don't quote me on this because I'm tired of all these rumors out here. So when I say this, it's a rumor, okay? I want that to be known.
Yeah.
That it's a rumor, but I view it as a strong rumor. Flores basically, him and Greer were clashing because Flores basically, almost everything Flores said we should do, we should have done. And it backfired. And we didn't do everything that he wanted done. And we paid the cost for it. And he basically got a little high on himself and said, it's almost like the told you so effect. And him and Greer was clashing. And from my understanding, they sitting down together. Ross came from New York, said we need to figure this out. We don't need division between you two. And Flores straight up said, well, this is what I need if you want a winning franchise. And that didn't really include Chris Greer.
Why? So why would Ross side with Greer over Flores?
Because at the end of the day, this is the part that I don't know, but I will tell you this: Ross is an absent owner. He flies in on game day, sits in that booth, and let Greer whisper sweet nothings in his ear every day. Every weekend.
That's a fair assessment. All right. I want to ask you about one more theory. So I have a theory. Have you heard my special teams coordinator's theory?
Come on, yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Have you heard about my special teams coordinator theory?
What's that about?
So my special teams.
So we were the worst in special teams in the NFL this year, pretty much.
No. What I'm saying is let's say we can't get the head coach. Let's say Harbaugh becomes not available, or we don't get who we want, right? Like we don't get our top 3 coaching candidates, whoever they may be. I feel like somebody like go look at John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles and gets hired by Baltimore. And a special teams coordinator has to know all 53 people on their roster, so he has to be a personality person, right? He has to work with all of the coordinators and all of the coaches, so he has to understand the coaches, right? So why wouldn't we go out and get a Darren Rizzi, somebody who is a special teams coordinator? Because Jeff Darlington hit the nail on the head that this came down to relationships. And if you want somebody who's good at relationships, most special team coordinators in the NFL are relationship people, people that create good relationships because they have to have it with everybody on the team, not just a group of players, but all the players, not just a couple of coaches, but all the coaches.
Hey, tell me how many special team coaches head coaches in the NFL you know.
I don't. Again, this is just a small theory I have. I'm not saying it's the end-all be-all. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. Most people don't know special teams coordinators.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're only relegated to handling special teams.
But why, but think about it. Why would Baltimore do it, right? Like, why would they have done that all these years? It's worked out well for them. It's worked out very well for them.
Okay, Steven, that's fine. But again, just because you know everybody doesn't mean anything. You know everybody's strengths and weaknesses to run special teams. You're a creative person, blah, 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 special teams. I don't put any merit in just because you know everybody. That don't mean you know offense. That don't mean you know defense.
Yeah, but that would mean, so one of the things that John Harbaugh did a really good job of is he brought in great coordinators. He brought in Rex Ryan. He brought in offensive, Jim Caldwell, stuff like he had people in place that were smarter than him. And I think that's half the battle. I think part of being a head coach means you shouldn't be the smartest person in the building. You just need to know how to lead people, regulate people, and be a leader of men. That's what I think.
Now that I agree with. But here's the deal, Steven, we keep forgetting how hard it is to bring people in. People act like you can I'm the head coach now, let me go get the best OC. Let me go get the best DC. It's hard. It's just like free agency. It's not easy.
I don't disagree with that. And it's part of what I've been saying all morning on my show is that the Dolphins have not given me any indication over the last 25 years for me to believe that they're going to make the right decision right now. I love this team. I'm going to keep doing my morning show. I will be with them till the day that I die. I'll go to games. I'll laugh with them. I'll cry with them. But I'm so scared that 3 years from now, we're going to be stuck doing the same thing all over again, CD.
I mean, you have something in common. I have no faith they're about to make the right decision.
Yeah, I have none.
None. And
part of that is I don't know what the right decision is. And part of that is they haven't done it. So why would I think they would do it now?
The problem I have with this process, and this is about Tua. The problem I have with it is that so let's say Tua is a great quarterback and Flores held him back, right? Let's just act like that is true, right? Because
it's a theory, it's a working theory.
It's a theory, right?
Yep.
But let's reverse that. Flores said Tua is no good and we need to move on, whatever, right?
Yep.
And Ross said the next coach will decide that, right?
Yep.
The problem I have in this process, this is one of the 32 premier jobs, right? You always get people coming to these situations lying. Oh, yeah, I believe after looking at film, Tua is just fine. I could tap into that and make them this and make them that. Anybody will say that to get that job. Because you know what I realized, bro? This is a situation where you can lie and not get fired. Because you know why? Who's going to fire Flores the way that they did? And then if Tua's not successful next year, not saying he won't be, maybe we all shocked, right? But say he's not successful. Say he's not successful, that coach is going to be able to move on from him and stay. Because Stephen Ross and Chris Greer, the biggest embarrassment of all time would be sticking with Tua and him not working out and firing yet another coach.
Bro,
Instead, they'll be running at the deadline to get a quarterback or something. So this is an incentive to lie. You can easily say, I'll fix Tua. And I think that their egos because they made that decision to draft him in the first place. Their egos wants to see that possibly take place and not be wrong, especially since what I heard Flores basically told them, because they were wrong. And again, maybe they weren't, right? So we'll just always look at both sides of it. But their ego is probably in prove mode, prove you wrong mode, and instead of championship mode. Because let me say this, even if you prove it wrong and Tua ends up being good, we're still debating over an upgrade regardless.
Yeah.
The upgrade of Deshaun Watson is still, Tua can become good, and he still ain't going to be Deshaun Watson. So that's what the debate is, and the told you so is so irrelevant at this point for either side. And I think that it's starting to get into a knick-knack politics situation, and it sucks for the fan base at the end of the day.
It does, man. And I don't want to be negative, Nelly, but I'm calling it what it is, man. This team has not given me faith. It scares me that we're going to be in the same position 3 or 4 years down the road. And it also scares me that not only are we going to be in the same position 3 years from now, we're going to be into it with a new owner 3 years from now, who, by the way, isn't, from what I hear, and again, this is what I hear. I don't know if this is true. I don't know. These are rumors. He's a Patriots fan. He just wants to own a team. I don't think he really cares.
Who is that?
The person that would take over for Stephen Ross. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. The guy who's supposed to be in succession for us. Or in succession for Ross. So, like, I am very scared about not only this coming up year, but the next 5 years being a Dolphins fan, because I just we could be in for another rough.
The problem in Miami is we need an owner who was born and raised a Dolphins fan. We need an owner that was born and raised a Dolphins fan. It's that simple.
I don't think that has to be the case. I look at Mark Cuban, right? Mark Cuban is somebody who I don't think was a Mavericks fan, but he was a sports fan, right? And he wanted, but he's a competitive guy. I want an owner who's competitive and wants to win at everything and at all costs in life. And that's Mark Cuban, right?
Let me push back on that. So all your older owners, like there's been owners for a long time now, Mark Cuban and everybody, they became owners when these leagues weren't as popular as they are now, bro. So it didn't matter if you didn't grow up to be a fan or whatever. In today's world, it's a little different. All the new people coming in, they've loved other teams and all type of different stuff. It's a little different. I mean, it's more prominence now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Steven, we're in trouble.
Bro, you're preaching to the choir. I'm scared, bro. I've never been this scared as a Dolphins fan.
They can make it right.
I think the right decision is out there. I think the right decision is out there. I have ideas on what could be the right fit.
As long as they upgrade over Flores, I can care less about him getting fired. I'm telling you, I don't care about players or coaches as long as we upgrade. I can care less. I like you, whatever, but listen, if we upgrade, bye.
Look, man, I've had fun talking with you this morning. I'm working on 4 hours of doing the morning show this morning. I'm exhausted.
I see.
What do you got coming? Are you gonna go on today? I don't think so. It's your birthday, but
not likely, but maybe. I don't know. Maybe I want to get into the coaching thing early, but for sure, maybe tomorrow I'll start putting the names together, breaking it down. But yeah, man, I'm just hanging out, man. I told my wife I really don't want to do nothing today. I want to sit back, relax, watch some movies with her, and just lay in the bed and chill.
Hey, that's the best. That honestly, there's nothing better than doing that. I do want to say this, man. I know that YouTube. Let me have this little small conversation with you and give you praises at the same time. I think we live in a world right now, and I touched on it earlier. I alluded to it earlier that there is a lot of avenues to get your content right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can get, you can go to YouTube, us, right? Me, you, Doug, K Flexin, Big O, Reason, all amazing people, all do amazing things in their own thing. Alex Donno, 5 Reason Sports, a million people, million platforms. Then you go to the radio in South Florida, QAM, The Ticket. Then you go to all the reading material that you have there online, the Miami Herald, Sun Sentinel, all these places who are also diving into the podcast and stuff like that. I honestly think you, Doug, and Reason, I'll just say you three, and no disrespect to anybody else that I'm leaving off, K Flexin, D1, all these people, you guys started something that I think is taken off now in this business. And today's your birthday, man. Happy birthday. I love you. I really mean that when I say that. I think that you've been a guiding light for me in this business. And all I want to do is see your success and your family's success. And I want to do it with you. Know that. I've always said I want to do it with you. So, and just know you're the man, brother. And I ain't got nothing but love for you, man.
I appreciate it, man. And nothing but love your way as well, man. And let me always say this, man. Always view Doug as the pioneer, bro. Always do. Because at the end of the day, I always look at consistency and doing what you do. Mm-hmm. And Doug has been that guy, man. And I've always said that, man. That's why I always big up him. And there's been so many platforms since then. One that I really like that's been up and coming, though, Ace Per Yard. I really like what they were doing over there.
Who?
There's a whole bunch. Ace Per Yard.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, check it out. It's pretty cool. I hope I got it right. I think I did. I watch. I'm subscribed. I watch them all the time. Pretty straightforward. Pretty cool guy. But there's a lot of up and coming Dolphin channels and stuff. I'm actually working with a few of them. We're gonna be doing some collabs and stuff coming forward. That's another thing. I just love collaborating, man. So every chance I get in the community, I want to collab with any and everybody. So if you want to collab, hit me up. Email me, and I'm not the type of person that usually says no.
TD, from day one, I wanted to do this. TD was like, come on the show. Come on, man. Let people know who you are. Get them over to your channel. Like, TD, you've been so gracious allowing me to come on your show. I want to come on your platform more. You're not as formal as I am, where I'm like, hey, can you come on this morning? You're like, hey, man, here's the link. Just come on.
Oh, see, I got it wrong. It was Ace Per Head. See, I always mess names up, bro.
Ace Per Head. I've heard of him.
Ace Per Head. He's pretty cool, man.
He's pretty good.
I really like the content. So y'all go over and subscribe to him if you want. Tell him TD sent you.
Ace Per Head is really good. I like Ace Per Head. And I like Finn's Tailgate is doing really good stuff.
So many, man. So many now.
Dolphins United.
Yeah,
Dolphins
that's the
United.
We got to do something soon. We ain't did nothing in a minute, so I'm gonna hit him up soon.
Well, I think what I'm gonna do is a State of the Union address, maybe in 2 or 3 weeks after we get a head coach, right before the draft, and we'll do like a big State of the Union roundtable with all the collabs. And bring them.
Man.
I think that'll be cool.
Until Jamie stop dodging me, man.
Hey, Jamie Bahamas don't want that heat, son. He don't want that
he
heat.
Never does, man.
He don't want that heat from you. Shout out to Jamie Bahamas, network director.
But salute to everybody who are starting channels, got their own voice in the platform. Just know that you always have a voice at TV Fans Talk if you ever want to. Even if you totally disagree with everything I say, I always encourage different opinions, man. Even if it's 100,000% opposite of mine, because you need all aspects to get a good view to make a decision for yourself. And that's what I always encourage people to do. Make decisions for yourself. All right.
Happy birthday, TD. You're the man, brother. I thank God every day that he put you in my life, man. And I'm blessed to know you as a friend. Happy birthday, man.
Salute. Miami Sports Music. Stand up. I'll see y'all later.
Peace. All right. I hope y'all enjoyed the show today. Man, we had everybody today. We had Alex Donno for a good hour today. We had a good panel for a couple of hours today. We had TD Fins Talk on for a good 30 minutes today. This was one of the best shows I've done in a long time. I really enjoyed today's show. I hope that y'all tune in for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, Throwback Thursday. We're gonna be doing a lot of stuff. So make sure you guys do that. I love y'all. Y'all are the best fans in the world. Just know that I could not do any of this without everybody who I work with and watch, and just know that I'm only growing with y'all's help. So if you've donated, thank you so much. I appreciate your donations for helping the channel grow. If you've shared this video today, thank you for letting people know. And keep sharing it. Like, they can go back and rewatch this show today. There's a lot of great content on the show today. So always looking forward to that. So you guys are the best in the world. And I love y'all so much. I don't say that lightly. I really, truly do love y'all from the bottom of my heart. And just know that y'all are the best. And yeah, that's what I'm going to tell. That's what I'm going to tell y'all. Okay. Miami Sports Music, home of the #1 Miami fan morning show. The Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Clock Blackers, I'm your boy, Stephen D. Make sure you go follow me on social media at Stephen D. SKPL. Please go follow me on Twitter. Matter of fact, right now, if everybody could do me a huge favor, donate to the channel and follow me on social media. Okay? Follow me on Twitter right here at Stephen D. SKPL. Go follow me on Twitter right now. Friend me on Twitter. Go to Twitter, follow at Stephen D. SKPL. Okay? Definitely do that. Definitely do that. Y'all the best. I'll see y'all tomorrow. As always, peace.